Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault. And you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
This is the next search on February 28, 2020, 7:44 p.m. How, does the FBI find people, and people misspelled P-E-O-O-P-L-E?
I object.
Did the defendant find out how the FBI finds people in this case? Oh, she found out.
What more do you need to see? Because he's the guy!
Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. Oh, that's loud. That's so loud. Hello, I'm the Recovery Addict. It is early in the morning on a Saturday.
Thank you, sir. You're my new best friend.
It sounds so loud today. Why in the world? I don't know. All right. Good morning. Good morning. I'm normally asleep right now. But I'm not. This morning, by special invitation, the judge tells us we have to work, which is it's all fine and good. I'm actually pretty happy about that because I'm pretty caught up in this case and looking forward to moving forward. All right. Get the lights adjusted there. Good morning. Good morning. Come on in, everyone. Please take your seat. We've got a few minutes before court begins, and of course, we have to sing happy birthday to a few folks before we get to that. And let's see. Need my notes back, wherever those went. They're hiding. Oh, wait. Go back. Pause that one. All right. All right, here's our notes. We're good. I'm ready. Oh, I was missing one thing. I'm missing my lights. Boom. Now we're good. Fire Girl, handmade by Wendy. First in chat again today. Thank you very much. That's 2 wins this week for you. We're going to go ahead and mark that down on your permanent record. And appreciate you being willing to be first in chat, because that means you're going to be sentenced to internet ownership. That means everything IP related worldwide is going to be your responsibility. That's one more thing we won't have to worry about. And you just have to keep the internet up and running for everybody, and there will be no complaints. Unfortunately, there will be complaints, just not from us. Other people that have problems are going to call you, so be prepared to get those calls. Thank you so much, Fire Girl, handmade by Wendy. Once again, that's awesome. Just finished watched the hearing for Sheriff Steins on Court TV. Yeah, that one's going to be an interesting case coming up. We're excited about that one. In Kentucky. All right, we've got birthday shout-out wishes, but first, Kelly says, thank you for bringing court in a Saturday. I'm happy to bring all my talents to bear here this morning. I'm just happy to be awake on time, really, which is great. We're going to appreciate your support as well. It's an early morning. There's the buffer sound, which means probably, here's the birthday names, and there they are. We are going to go ahead and quickly sing happy birthday to Tori Donaldzoni and Jacko. Is there anyone else that needs to be added? If not, if you do, you have to be added really quickly. What we're going to do, everyone stand up. I know it's early on a Saturday. I'm going to sit, if that's all right. I know I'm asking you to stand up. I'm going to sit because it's early, and I'm not sure if I have my balance yet. Everyone stand up, take a deep breath. Shoulders back, project your voice to the back of the room, blend your voice with your neighbor. Warm up with me, if you will. La 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 la. There we go. Sounds beautiful. All right, we're going to sing to Tori Donaldzoni and Jacko. Happy birthday to you on a Saturday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Tori Donaldzoni and Jacko. Happy birthday to you. Disney's like, but it's Saturday. Wait, we have court today? Saturday show, this is great. It is Saturday. What a great day to have a birthday. What a great day. Tori Donaldzoni and Jacko, congratulations. There are many special days throughout the year, but today is your special day. And the fact that you are here to celebrate it with us makes it even more special for us. Hopefully we can turn that and make it specialer for you as well. Help yourself to free pancakes at Denny's, IHOP, Village Inn, Waffle House, McDonald's, Tammy Dunlap's house, and Andy's Grill. And get your freebies at every other store that celebrates that by giving you a freebie of whatever they make, whether it's donuts, pancakes, I think free cup at Starbucks. Yeah, I don't know. Just tell them I said it was okay, and if they have any questions, they'll have them call me. All right, we are about to go to court in just a second here. I'm not sure if we can get to the drum roll time because, cameras, they be a-shaking in court. They be a-shaking. Did anyone see Dateline last night? I fell asleep. I wonder if they mentioned R8. It was about the Melody Paris trial. I wonder if they mentioned me too. I'm pretty sure they cut almost all reference to me out, but they still told the story without mentioning me. That's just because they never told me about it. They never called me and asked. They never said, hey, we're filming. You want to come down real quick and play a part? I did not appear on Dateline last night. Okay, hit the drums. Here we go. Big drum solo. All right. There we go. I did not appear on Dateline about the Ferris murder, but it was interesting to see. I had forgotten about her sentencing reading, calling out Scott and showing her a what? Are we talking about the same trial? Shore Life Creations. What did she show? Watch Dateline, no mention of her. I actually tweeted the Dateline producers who were trying to do a live. Let's watch this together, and we're going to tweet about it while everyone watches, and no one was talking to them. And I said, hey, I'm the little guy in the corner, the one Melody Ferris, or the one Martha Jane was watching during the trial. I'm excited to see how you tell the story. And they liked my tweet, but said nothing, absolutely nothing. Apparently, the producers did not find me to be a big part of the case, which is fine. Share Bear vacationing in Aruba. Share Bear, where was our invite? I fit in a suitcase. It's probably too soon to talk about that, but we could have worked something out. Hope you have a great time there in Aruba. I was going to watch the Dateline today, just to see the way they sort of laid the story out. They made it seem like that aha moment of Martha Jane coming into court saying that she had a guilty conscience and her gun was stolen. That was like the gotcha moment. It's the whole pivot. I'm like, wow, that'll be interesting to see if we get any mention, but we didn't. Not at all. It's like I'm literally an exhibit in the court, but they did not mention that my face is up in the evidence for this trial. All right, Kate says, sent a pic to the burner phone with my cat this morning. Lucy thinks you should allow your kitty inside for the upcoming North Carolina and cold weather. Our kitty has his own heated house. It was the Perry Mason moment. I'll watch it. I don't know, maybe tonight or something. But, just missed a... Oh, and by the way, thank you everyone who did the shopping links for me. I found the shirt, and I think I'm going to buy it. But first, I want to see if we get this interview. So we'll see if Alice is able to pull that one off. All right. Did I miss anybody? Angie gifted a membership. Thank you very much, Ann, for your generosity this morning. Glad you're feeling up and excited today as we wait for everything to begin. It's early. What is she drinking out of? Is that a mason jar? Please tell me she's drinking out of a clear mason jar. That would be so Tennessee. Like backwoods Tennessee. Fanny Pack member for 17 months. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Jennifer says, guess what day it is? Orange Courthouse Day. That's 12 months for you as well. Thanks for a great year. Love this community. Thank you. Thank you, both of you, Fanny Pack and Jennifer Juniper. Congratulations on your milestones. Defense is not here. We're going to need them. If somebody wants to... Did somebody call the hotel? Just see if they got their wake-up call? I think that might be a wise idea, just to give them a quick little jingle and be like, room service. It's time for court. Okay. All right. Either way, we'll be going on here in just a minute. Let me pause that. All right, there we go. Kate, also a member for 10 months, says, love this channel and everyone here. It's great having Saturday Court. Thanks, Ari, for this great community. Thank you, Kate. Wouldn't be the same without you here. This is awesome. Oh, why are we watching? Why am I watching that? That's not the one I want to see. Okay, I've just got different things on the screen. We're all good. We're all good. All right. See if I can get back to your questions, if there are any. Is this live or are we catching up? That's the question of the day. This is live. The judge, realize we have a sequestered jury. What that means is the jury has literally been ripped from their homes and dragged to a city hours from where they live and been told, you go home when we're finished. And you call your family when we're finished. And you write letters home when we're finished. Or just talk to them. But until then, you live in a hotel. You eat where we say you eat. And you come to court. And so with that on the table and a long holiday weekend ahead of them, they wanted to work Saturday and Monday. They're only taking Sunday off. That means we're going to be live here today. We're going to take tomorrow off, and we're going to be live here on Monday. They're sequestered. I mean, what else is there to do? Nothing. Monopoly gets old when you're playing with the same people over and over and over. So this is live. This is live. The reliability of wake-up calls has deteriorated recently. The last 3 times I traveled, they either forgot entirely or were really late. I thought they were automated. Yeah, I agree. Hotels are now managed by a skeleton crew. Seriously, there's like one person to make sure the front doors open properly when somebody touches the sensor. And between their cleaning and everything else they're doing, they also check people in, and that's it. And then you've got, like, in the morning, they bring in a couple people to make the breakfast, and they've got the regular cleaning crew. But that's it. I think I would love being on a jury in a different town. I need a break from people. Sign me up, says Kate. I'm out of here. Meg, perfect day outside here in Southwest Florida, and I'm being a true...
have 2 minutes to get my beer go. Sir, go and bring on Mr. Chen. Yes, sir.
Go ahead and bring out Mr. Chen. That means defense must be present, because they can't have him out here without his lawyers. That wouldn't be right. I did see your message, Michelle. At the end of the day yesterday, we had some audio issues, and apparently a juror wrote a letter for a family member thinking, hey, can I send some comfort or whatever? And the judge says, we're going to keep that under seal. Just not let that go out right now. The attorneys had to agree to review it and agree it could be sent. So now it's gone out after it's been read by both sides. Wow. Michelle, that's crazy. Lily Wayne, we rarely do streams on Saturday because we rarely have court on Saturday, but today we do. Tony's like, I said I'd be here, and I'm here. Tony, that's awesome. Thank you so much. Hi, Australia from Sweden, says Luna. Everyone checking in from around the world. Ms. Nikki Chicky from Australia with the ruse. I hope the jury comes in like shorts and a t-shirt today. Well, other than the fact that it's freezing in court, apparently. I hope they come in like super casual. They're just like, hey, realize we're working the weekend. We're not going to do the dress-up thing. Evidence pile looks like porch on Amazon delivery day, says Mel. Looks like my porch. Maybe on the day that Amazon delivers all the Christmas gifts we ordered at the same time, which apparently can't fit in the same box. Amazon has to send it like 1 billion boxes. No pants Saturday. Ooh, that's a new tradition for juries. Could try that and see how that goes. Jen D, thank you. I'm happy to be here. We are still in the state's case. This is crazy. We thought the state said they were going to arrest yesterday, and it turns out they didn't. Now, by my count, we've had 19 different witnesses in this trial, even though we've had 21, well, or possibly even 22 times we've had somebody on the stand. Some were recalled. I think 2 were officially recalled and 1 the judge recalled. So we've heard from the lead detective twice. We've heard from a crime scene analyst twice, and we heard from the medical examiner twice because the judge lost some of the jury's questions, then found them again and dragged him back up and said, wait, you've got more questions. But there was a brief one in between. I was going to do a counter, but I didn't get my cables and parts ordered in time, and I still haven't ordered them, so I don't have feed 7 and 8 hooked up yet on my switcher, and I would need those feeds to show additional things on the screen beyond what I'm doing already.
Your Honor, real briefly, so that the court and the parties are aware, the unfortunate thing for the jury right now is that the state is about to arrest our case. And I know that Mr. Weiss will be making a motion, so okay. I think that they'll be in here for a second, and then they will go back.
That's fine. Thanks for the heads up. I'll let them know.
The state's going to arrest now? They wait until Saturday morning to arrest? Red pen. Here's who I've got.
They're using the restroom, Your Honor.
Whenever they're ready.
Yes, sir.
1, Katrina Bean. 2, Officer Pierre. 3, Megan Bean. 4, Kelsey Campbell. 5, Scott Miller. 6, Zachary Crawford.
That's okay. They'll be in the jury room.
7, Douglas Lynch. 8, Detective Stephen Volke. 9, Michelle Johnson. 10, Kristen Schubert. 11, Gregory Marty. 12, Jerry McElroy. 13, Rachel Bacaletz. 14, Dr. Stephen Cogswell. He had a long testimony. I need to scroll through it here. Then we had a recall of Kristen Schubert. 15, Kim Lowe. 16, Jennifer Moody. 17, Lieutenant David Franklin. 18, Sergeant William Saliers. 19 was investigator Mark Hamilton. 20 was the recalled investigator, Mr. Crawford. And that takes us to where we are today. Who did I miss on the list? Was that right? So 20 was actually a recall. So we still have 20 coming up. Did I miss somebody in my notes? I have red flannel, like the bottoms, but I don't have a red flannel top. Let's see if the defense has anyone else to call, or if they're completely done now. I didn't put down in my notes the recall of the medical examiner for those juror questions. I didn't log that. Or the state. The state is going to rest. The defense is going to be up in just a minute. And when the state says, I'm pretty sure the defense has a motion, that motion is going to be something like a judgment of acquittal or like a directed verdict type thing where the defense comes up and says, look, Your Honor, they haven't proved anything There's nothing. They've got nothing. They tried. They've failed in every count. They haven't proved my client's guilty. We move that. Now, and this is a funny little motion because he's literally got up in his open and said, my client is guilty. Okay, so to have him then at some point say the state hasn't proved anything, please dismiss this case. It's gonna sound a little funny. We are in court today, Karen. We are actually in court today. The judge says we're working Saturday. We're also working Monday, which is Martin Luther King Day, and yeah, we're getting a lot. It's going to be a productive weekend on everything except for the remodel of my bathroom, which was going to be today. Apparently, that won't happen. Do you think court will go all day? Yes, I do. Unless the defense has no witnesses. We know that one of their witnesses was struck from the list. That was an expert witness that they tried to bring in right at the last minute to testify about voluntary intoxication, taking away the ability for Mr. Chen to actually have premeditation. Judge said no go on that. Yeah. It's rare. It's rare to see this. Football today, Scott? Playoffs? I think there's like a Super Bowl. Is the Super Bowl tomorrow? I think it's tomorrow. Sending you warm greetings from very cold British Columbia, Canada. Thank you, Mel. Appreciate that. You can keep the cold, although I hear it's coming my direction. Checking in from snowy Canada. Monday is also going to be a big occasion here in the U.S. Super Bowl is on February. What's the college football championship? Still in the playoffs up to the Super Bowl. It's not until February. That shows you how many games I've watched. I tried to watch the ones that Amazon has on puts on TV. I don't have cable, right? I don't have a TV provider. I just have Amazon Prime and YouTube. So if it's not on one of those two things, I'm not watching it. Ohio State and Notre Dame. Do appreciate all the early likes on the stream.
All right, please be seated. Good morning, viewers. Happy Saturday. I don't know when the last time you worked Saturday was, but we're certainly doing that today. As always, I must start with asking if everyone's able to abide by the court's admonition to not be exposed to any media, not discuss the case among yourselves, and all other admonitions as well. Just nod your head to let me know. Bring your leg, everybody's nodding their head. Where we are today is the state is going to call, well, I'm going to ask the state if they're going to call any more witnesses. If they don't call any witnesses, there's some matters that we have to take up outside your presence. So you're brought in for this particular reason to make sure that you understand that if the state's going to call any more witnesses, they will. If not, they'll rest, they'll be sent back out. Usually what happens is if the defense wants to put on any proof, they may not. They don't have to. Again, the burden's on the state to prove everything beyond a reasonable doubt. However, if they do choose to put on proof, then it may take a little time to organize their witnesses, okay? But we'll keep you posted. All right, gentlemen, any more witnesses to call?
Your Honor, the state of Tennessee rests its case.
They rest.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have heard all the evidence that you're going to hear in the state's case in chief at this point. As I said, there are some matters we do need to take up outside your presence. Once we find out how we're going to proceed, we'll bring you back in. All right, with that, you may step to the jury.
At this point, the state thinks they have met every criteria for the charges that have been charged, that each thing has been proven. and they are willing to let the jury make the decision based on everything, based on what they've provided. Now, of course, the defense gets to provide some information as well, but the state is virtually done. If there is anything brought up by the defense that causes some problems or issues or doubt, the state has an opportunity to do a rebuttal, which is to bring in usually an expert to say, actually, what the state told you is not right, and here's why, or what the defense told you is not right, and here's why. So there probably will be some rebuttal if the defense has a case.
Emotion on behalf of the city. Yes, Your Honor. Yes, sir.
He just wants a moment to get his thoughts together. It's on his phone.
Going to smaller technology then. Good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court. I have two motions this morning. First, pursuant to Rule 29 of the Tennessee Rules of Criminal Procedure, the defense moves for the court to enter a judgment of acquittal on the charge of first-degree premeditated murder against Jason Chen. The state has failed to present sufficient evidence that Mr. Chen acted with the requisite mental state of premeditation as required under Tennessee law. Specifically, the state has provided no evidence of planning, motive, or calm reflection on Mr. Chen's part. Calm reflection is an essential element of the established premeditation. As such, the evidence at most supports a conviction of second-degree murder or a lesser-included offense. Under Rule 29B, a motion for judgment of acquittal must be granted if the evidence, when viewed in the light most favorable to the state, fails to establish guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Premeditation requires that the act was committed after the exercise of reflection and judgment and involves more than a mere intent to kill. It must reflect a decision made with cool purpose, free from excitement or passion. I would ask the court to see State v. Davidson. The state presented no evidence suggesting that Mr. Chen engaged in planning or preparation before the alleged incident. Premeditation requires proof of at least deliberation or reflection before the act. However, there was no proof. There was no proof of communications, written plans, or evidence that Mr. Chen intended to harm Jasmine Pace prior to her death. There's no evidence suggesting that Mr. Chen procured weapons, took steps to isolate the victim, performed any indicative forethoughts. The autopsy reveals stab wounds inflicted during an altercation, but nothing in the injuries surrounding the circumstances proves premeditation. The state has not offered a motive for why Mr. Chen would kill Ms. Pace. While motive is not required to prove premeditation, its absence weakens the state's claim of a deliberate and calculated act. The evidence shows that Mr. Chen and Ms. Pace had a personal relationship, but does not provide any insight to any animosity, financial dispute, or other motive during the premeditated killing. Tennessee law requires evidence that the defendant acted after calm and cool reflection. Instead, the evidence suggests an emotional and unplanned confrontation. You could hear that through the testimony of Dr. Cogswell. Neighbors reported, as the court knows from previous hearings of this matter, neighbors reported hearing a female scream and loud disturbances. That suggests a spontaneous event rather than a calculated action. The chaotic...
Objection, fact not in evidence, judge or trial.
Objection.
We did talk about the neighbor hearing a scream. I think the state kind of tailored their case to not bring that in for the truth and matter search as far as why Ms. Pace went into Mr. Chen's apartment.
Okay, I'll withdraw that.
Okay.
Just that one part. Back to Dr. Cogswell, though. The chaotic nature of the injuries and the disarray of the scene further support the theory of confrontation escalating the violence rather than execution or some type of premeditated planning. The state's evidence is equally, if not more, consistent with second-degree murder, which does not require premeditation. The chaotic scene and the absence of planning indicate an impulsive act. This court must resolve reasonable doubts in favor of the defendant and cannot allow the jury to infer premeditation without specific supporting evidence. The evidence presented by the state does not meet this threshold required to establish premeditation. The court should grant judgment of acquittal on the charges of first-degree murder, and if appropriate, allow the jury to consider lesser-included offenses, such as second-degree murder and voluntary manslaughter.
Want to go make a motion on the other one, too?
Yes, Your Honor.
Second motion?
I'd like to wait.
Let's write this one first.
Your Honor, in a motion for judgment of acquittal, the state is entitled to the strongest legitimate view of the evidence. The court has heard testimony from Dr. Cogswell, 60 wounds, and feels that it is indicative of premeditation. Your Honor, there's also the uncontroverted testimony is that she was not moving, was in a sitting position and a fetal position, which would either be crouched down as if cowering or on the floor. That's clearly confinement of the victim prior to the beginning of the assaultive behavior that resulted in her death. Rule 29 motion should be denied.
Mr. Wise, as you know, these motions are not beyond a reasonable doubt as far as guilt or innocence. They are simply reviewed in the light most favorable to the state, where any rational trier of fact could find the essential elements beyond a reasonable doubt. So in this particular case, for the first-degree murder, it's uncontroverted. The defendant killed the victim. That's the first element. Second, for premeditated murder, that the defendant acted intentionally. Again, looking at it in terms of threshold, whether or not any rational trier of fact could find the essential elements. In this particular case, viewing in the light most favorable to the state, the fact that there were multiple stab wounds and that a deadly weapon was used is indicative of intent.
There you go.
Brings us to premeditation. The fact that there were so many wounds on the victim is a fact that can be used to establish premeditation. The defendant's attempts to cover up the scene, to clean up afterwards, his purchasing of cleaning agents, his attempts to clean up the apartment, his use of the victim's cell phone to create the appearance that she was still alive and had simply left town perhaps. The fact that he used his own cell phone to send a text to the victim's phone indicating that he had no idea where she was, or perhaps that indicating that he thought that she too was still alive. All of that is evidence under the case law that can be used to support the finding of premeditation. And again, in this relatively low standard that we're looking at in the light of most favorable to the state, I do find that taken in that light, that this jury could find the elements beyond a reasonable doubt of premeditation as well as intention for the second element of first-degree murder. So let the defendant's motion for judgment acquittal on premeditated murder be denied.
Motion's denied. Next motion.
Your Honor, my second motion involves a renewal of our motion to admit Dr. Douglas Lewis and to allow him to testify for the defense. It became apparent through Dr. Cogswell that he said that the better person to testify regarding those the state of the mind of Jason Chen would be a forensic psychologist. That was told to the jury that that's the kind of person that would be available to help in those types of situations. Additionally into that, Dr. Cogswell gave a lot of opinions. His opinions were just like Dr. Lewis's opinion. He said to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, this was possible. We talked about possibilities a lot in his opinion. And so most of his opinions, some of them were certain, no doubt, but some of them were, well, we can't tell, anything could be possible, it could be this, it could be that. And so to allow the state's witness to come in and not the defense witness to come in, especially when the state's witness says the defense should have had this, for all intent and purposes, says that's not my job, that would be a forensic psychologist's job. That puts the defense at a distinct disadvantage. And so I renew our motion to allow the testimony of Dr. Lewis. It is essential to the defense's case, and it's the denial of allowing Dr. Lewis is a prejudice that can't be undone.
State?
I find that the reasons that existed earlier still exist, in that one of the reasons was the expert Dr. Lewis's opinion that it was highly likely that the defendant could not form premeditation. I do think that when you're talking about whether or not a diminished capacity defense comes in, I say diminished capacity, I'm not supposed to use that term, whether or not the evidence of the defendant's inability to form premeditation. I think that there's a standard for that the expert has to establish that in his opinion. The leeway that you're talking about, Mr. Weiss, I interpret as beyond a reasonable degree of medical certainty or beyond a reasonable degree of psychological certainty. There's some flexibility in that particular aspect of it. That's where it exists. As far as the opinion that for this specific offense is concerned, I think your expert having flexibility on that side of the opinion too puts in the realm of speculation. And that's one of the reasons it was excluded. The other is that the defense indicated that the reason Dr. Lewis was sought out came after the state wanted to and was allowed to introduce these demonstrative exhibits. And so while there was no 12.2 violation of a deadline of asking for Dr. Lewis's testimony to be admitted after the jury had been sworn, the way it unfolded in this particular case is that the Friday afternoon notice would have put the state at perhaps an unfair disadvantage. And so the workaround that this court crafted was, since that was the basis of the reason to seek out or at least secure Dr. Lewis's testimony for that issue came from the demonstrative exhibit, the exclusion of the reason that you want the expert seemed to be fair to both sides. So that's the other reason that the expert was excluded, is that his testimony didn't seem to be as relevant as, based on what the defense said, that based on what the defense asserted that they needed the expert for. So let your motion, the renewed motion to admit Dr. Lewis's testimony also be denied.
Judge denied that one without hearing from the state.
No motion on
possibly because it was revisiting the decision. Didn't need to hear a new argument.
Let us know when you're ready to proceed, Mr. Weiss. We'll keep the jury in the jury room until you're ready.
I'm told witnesses will be here in half an hour.
What is? Okay.
Half an hour? We get a half-hour break. The witnesses will be here within half an hour. Well, what do y'all want to do? My daughter says she's made me waffles, so you can either watch me eat waffles for breakfast. I don't know. I'm not sure what we're going to do. It's going to be half an hour. I'm not sure why the state didn't let them know that they were going to arrest first thing in the morning. Recap quickly. I just joined. We don't have to recap quickly. We can take our time on this one. Let's go through everybody. Let's go through everybody, shall we? All right. Keep an eye on that right there. Okay, so we are starting day 6 of this trial, which was slated to take 10 days. We might show a police chase out of Utah. That ends fantastically. Thinking. We'll see. Let's first do a recap because there are some people that are watching today that haven't been able to watch during the week, and that is great. Tim, yes, we do have a trial on Saturday. It's rare, but here we are. We're here in court. What is wrong with this waffle? Why is it so tall?
I forgot to spread it, opened up, and it just opened completely. And it's a perfectly good waffle.
She says it's a perfectly good waffle. Let's do just a little sprinkle of the good breakfast juice, maple syrup, imitation, of course, because I'm not rich. It's Pearl Mill. It used to be Aunt Jemima back in the day. It used to be Aunt Jemima's brands, but they changed it to Pearl Milling. I don't know. Aunt Jemima had a great recipe. It was actually, something she did. But all right. The kids thought it was really funny to hand me a waffle that was shaped like that. So we've got a 10-day trial. This is the Tennessee versus Jason Chen. Judge Boyd Patterson has been presiding over this trial and has done a great job. One of the first things they did, obviously, was bring a jury in from outside of town. They didn't move the venue; they moved the jury. I heard they're bringing her back. I already forgot who I was talking about. I'm not sure who it is. Oh, Aunt Jemima, they're bringing her back? That'd be awesome. That'd be awesome. Maple syrup. Time to play the... Oh, Canada. Let's see. Anyway, so Judge Boyd Patterson, we have the victim in this case is Jasmine Pace. She was an acquaintance of and had recently begun a relationship with Jason Chen, who's the defendant. Prosecutor is Cody Womp and Paul Moyles. The defense, we have Joshua Wise and Amanda Morrison. Pre-trial, there was a big argument that was just raised again in the main, in the trial here by motion. The defense wanted to bring in Dr. Lewis. Dr. Lewis was specifically going to testify about whether Jason Chen was able to have the capacity to form premeditation before this attack, or whether it was just spontaneous. And the decision that the judge just gave there was identical reasoning why he excluded it initially. He said, no, we're not going to allow him in. This decision is just like, it's speculation. It's pure speculation. There's nothing in the evidence that would support the decision, the conclusion your expert came to about intoxication. There's zero. And so he was kept out. But also, one piece of evidence was kept out from the state, and that piece of evidence was when they, when the medical examiner was on the stand, they were going to show an exhibit that literally took the fetal position from the medical examiner's office of Jasmine Pace and overlaid that image on top of the carpet on the stain, so it would show exactly how it lined up, how it would be like a death shroud type look, like the Shroud of Turin. That was kept out, and the expert was kept out. So day one begins with Katrina Bean. She is the victim's mom, and wow, what a strong lady. She took the stand minutes after hearing for the first time that Jason Chen was actually responsible. Now, she knew that he's been charged with it. She thinks he's guilty. But minutes before she took the stand, the defense lawyer got up in his open and said, my client's guilty. He did it. He's just not guilty of what he's being charged with. And that was a huge, huge moment for her. Then after that, to be able to take the stand, to have composure and be able to answer these questions, facing literally her daughter's killer, admitted killer. That was amazing. She was incredible on the stand. She testified that she last saw Jasmine on the 22nd, which was when Jasmine's grandma had passed away, and that she had gone to her boyfriend's house and was never seen again. Now, Katrina tried to get help pretty quick when her daughter went missing, because they used to talk a lot on the phone, and they were connected, they were close, and so when she went missing, very quickly she tried to seek out help from the police in Chattanooga, and she was met with resistance initially because it was a weekend, and she got told basically, call us back on a weekday. It's a weekend. Nobody wants to work on the weekend, apparently. And so two officers were pretty rude to her, possibly an investigator and officer. Neither of them have been called in this case. We have seen nothing of them. They might not be with the department anymore. But that sort of began the feeling that she needed to do things herself, and she did. She became a super sleuth. She was tracking down her daughter and did everything she could to try to find her, including go knocking on doors, asking people. When her car was located, she asked people in the apartment around there, did anyone see what happened? Did anyone see? When she couldn't get an answer from her phone, she went and got a new phone and had the number ported over to the new phone so she could get text messages, so she could access the My Chevy app to see where her car would last. That's how they found where the car was. She just did a lot of things that you'd normally see a detective doing in this trial. And then they also, she went and saw that the last note her daughter had sent her, the last message her daughter had sent her, was a pinned address that was Jason Chen's address. And she went and she knocked on every single door in that apartment complex and got answers from every door except for Jason Chen's. So she broke in. She used a credit card and opened the door, and they went in, and they found some items that belonged to her daughter. They didn't find anyone in there. They did not see any evidence of blood. It was. They went through and they're looking for their daughter. They ended up breaking in 2 or 3 times, still waiting for the police to take action. The police did show up one time and looked through quickly, lights off, just flashlights, didn't see the daughter, left. The family took from the apartment electronics, tablets, a bunch of cell phones, some items that belonged to Jasmine. They took that, and eventually the police did get involved. We have Officer Pierre, who responded to the parking lot where Jasmine's car was found. He took the missing persons report, but since she was an adult legally, she's 22, right? It wasn't handled the same way as like a missing child. Then we had a couple. That was Officer Pierre that testified about where the car was found. Then next witnesses up, we had Megan Bean and Kelsey Campbell. They're the managers or security personnel at Walmart and Walgreens, respectively. I think I might have got that in the wrong order. But both locations reported that Jason Chen had made purchases that included cleaning supplies, hydrogen peroxide, Bounty towels, bath towels, all these items that he had purchased. And it was a little suspicious. And at Walmart, at least, 2 of the items he purchased, which were not really cleaning supplies, more like food, he skip scanned or entered the code for asparagus instead of scanning the right item, so he would pay a different amount. So he ended up paying $2.98 for those 2 items instead of whatever their regular price was. But they've got that video. We then had Scott Miller, who was the condominium security. He pulled the video of the car arriving, but you couldn't see who was driving it. We had investigator Zachary Crawford. He's the lead investigator. He testified about Blue Star reaction they found all over the apartment. When the police did go in the second time to test the apartment, and the very first spray of Blue Star, it just reacted. It just lit up. And basically, he says the whole apartment, every room in that apartment, there was Blue Star reaction, and a big one, and there was a lot of it. So the cleanup had been fairly extensive. Prosecution did rest this morning. We're just doing a quick recap. The defense is getting ready to start their case here in just a minute. Let's see. So Zachary Crawford testified he was the end of day 1 into day 2, and a good part of day 2 as well. Testified the lab results take a long time. He says, look, we did everything. And he sort of tried to be the cover person to show that, look, yeah, we might have fumbled the ball early on in this investigation and say, no, we're not interested. Call us back when it's not the weekend. He's like, we did everything we could. He says, I personally saw a manhole cover behind the apartment that was out of place. And I opened it up and I climbed down and went 70 feet underground, checking to see if something had been thrown down into the sewer, trying to show that, look, we did everything at that point. Let's see. He then testifies about going to Jason Chen's. Well, they got a warrant for the phone, I think, and they got for his phone. They went to Jason Chen's parents' house, and he was home. He was up in his room, and he came down, and he was very calm but very defensive. They did search. They had a warrant for the parents' house. They searched that. They found notes all over the desk, and a lot of the notes are like alibi type notes about, last time I saw her was this. She has a history of running away from home. That type of nature of notes. He already had the lead investigator's phone number and things on a notepad, which it looks a little suspicious. But in that search, they also found Jasmine's SIM card in his backpack, and found that his car was in the garage door was closed, and his parents' 2 cars were parked behind it, so his car was sort of hidden there. We found out also that investigator Zachary Crawford, while doing that search at the parents' house, had his firearm out on one hand and was walking through the garage and basically stumbled and put his hand right on the hood of Jason Chen's car. And that becomes important because later Jason Chen's car is fingerprinted, and they're like, guess whose fingerprint we found? Detective Crawford. It showed up. So we had to explain that yesterday as well. But let's see, they did a digital download of Jason Chen's phone. They found a picture and text messages that was doctored to make it appear that was current. Like he sent a message like, hey, just made myself a matcha. Did I say that right? First try. But it was actually like a picture from years ago that he had like doctored and changed it was weird. He hadn't just made himself a matcha, but that's what he did. We heard about the police camera network. There are a lot of police cameras. The Arctic system. They have over 100 in Chattanooga. But those cameras shows Chen with a suitcase, with a car, with her car, returning in an Uber. Basically, we have a really good, solid timeline of some of the events around the murder because of those cameras. Let's see. He also answered some questions about the family access in the apartment prior to the police showing up, and talked about some body cam, which we actually never saw the body cam. I guess the body cam has been admitted. The jury might be able to watch it, but a lot of it was not. We saw screenshots for most of it. I don't remember seeing the body cam itself. All right, we had Douglas Lynch then in there. He lived in the same apartment building as Mr. Chen, and he had the Ring doorbell cam that Mr. Chen used to go back and forth in front of. Did not capture him taking the suitcase out, but did capture him going in and out, I think, with some shopping a couple times. We think that he used a different exit when he took the suitcase out. Detective Stephen Bulkey was next. He was a homicide investigator for the last 5 years. He's been at the department for 13. He got the T-Mobile phone warrant, got the location data of Jason Chen on the 22nd and 23rd, and within he immediately saw that location there along the Suck Creek River, Suck Creek Road or whatever it was. And as soon as he saw that, they said, we need to go check it down. Within a minute of arriving on scene, they found the suitcase with Jasmine Pace's body in it. It had been pushed off the side of the road down an embankment and had not yet gone into the river, but was stuck in some bushes there. He dragged it back up and opened it carefully and just felt generally around the bag and could determine that it was in fact human remains, and left it there until the medical examiner could arrive. That concluded day 2. On day 3, Michelle Johnson comes in. Michelle Johnson is a crime scene investigator for Chattanooga PD. She testified twice, I think. Oh, no, that's Kristen Schubert. She collected the items that the family had taken from Chen's apartment, those digital things, clothing, notebooks, electronic devices. She searched Chen's apartment, starting at the front door, going all the way back. And they collected carpet samples, like the little strip over there by the number 6. We've seen that a lot. They collected the little carpet samples where they saw a little discoloration, areas basically that weren't cleaned well. So she testified to that. They said there were lots of testimony about dried blood stained areas, like on some light switches and things like that. They did They did a search on the early morning of 11/27, and so November 27th, and then they did a search again months later when the cleaning crew who was gutting the apartment. Okay, obviously you don't want to just have you want, if a murder happens in your apartment, you want to gut it. Okay, you want to take it down to the wood, all new, paint everything. They were doing that on the apartment, so they could then rent it again. And the cleaning crew, as they cut the carpet into strips and were rolling it up, they flipped the carpet over and they just saw a huge blood stain. And they're like, officers, you might want to come down because I think you missed something. And sure enough, they did. They had missed a massive blood stain where her body had laid at some point, either during the attack or after, as she was dying, either on the front end or the back end of the attack. Her body was there. And so obviously they went back and took that whole carpet section, that whole big piece, which ended up being like a 8 foot by 10 foot section of carpet, which played a pivotal role in the trial because it was laid out in the center of the well in front of the jury, and everyone had to walk around it. So it was used quite a bit. But she testified they collected that. She also talked about. Let's see. She discussed responsibilities of the investigator, talked about chain of custody a little bit, about what was collected versus what was tested. We know that the TBI, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, is backlogged. They have so much work that they can't do everything. And so even though there's a lot of items that we'd like to know whose blood is that or whose fingerprint is that, or, well, I guess just blood in this case, DNA, they say, look, you get 10, right? For each crime, choose your 10 best items and we'll test those. We just don't have time to do any more. And so a lot of items that were collected from the crime scene were never tested. And defense likes to make a big deal of this. I'm like, oh, so you don't know? There's no evidence of whose blood that is. You don't know. And they bring that up a lot. But really, TBI just says, look, we make the rules. And if you can't decide and you send us more than 10, we'll choose. And they did. They chose which ones they tested. Kristen Schubert, crime scene investigator, was witness number 10. She's got 8 years of experience. Great testimony. She's the one, the dark straight hair that covered one of her eyes for part of her testimony. She talked about blood spatter analysis. She swabbed the steering wheel of Jasmine Pace's car. She was present for part of the autopsy. She took the garbage bags and dried those, and then got those prepped for fingerprint analysis. And she also did the same. She took swabs of the handcuffs and the shackles that were swabbed for DNA. Next up, number 11 was Gregory Marty, or Martis. He was a retired investigator. He took swabs from Katrina Pace and Travis Pace at the homicide office. So these will be the buccal swabs in the mouth, like the long Q-tips, like you get a good rubbing in the mouth to collect DNA. So he took those. He also got Jasmine's personal belongings from the pool house. There were 2 toothbrushes, one in the shower, one in a bag in the room. Took both of those. Those are great sources for DNA as well. And he took those and some other items like the carpet, the swabs from the defendant, Jasmine's parents, to the TBI to be tested. He also responded to homicide unit offices to fingerprint Jason Chen and collect a hair sample, which we never had admitted. Hair sample was not used in this. It probably is not an issue because there wasn't a lot of hair testified to in this trial. Number 12, Jerry McElroy, Chattanooga PD investigator, was present for the fingerprinting of Jason Chen, assisted in taking 11 items to TBI, including the backer board from the bathroom area, because there was so much blood in the bathroom, it literally leaked through the grout and into the backer board, which is wild. But that was sent along with some other items to the TBI through him. Rachel Bakelitz was a TBI special agent. She's a digital forensic unit, did their digital forensic analysis of the SIM card. That was pretty quick testimony. That concluded day 3. Day 4, we have the defense starts with a couple motions, and they say, first of all, we don't want the prosecution to put pictures of the medical examiner, which we know is coming up next. We don't want those pictures up for a long time. Don't even show. I mean, they're excessive. So show the bare minimum that you need and keep them up for just a little while, and then we'll talk about them. They wanted to minimize these pictures because it's rough. It's really rough. I mean, seeing them as they open the suitcase and peel back the layers, and then seeing her body in that position, and basically seeing the crime unwrapped in that fashion in front of the jury in full color on the big screen is pretty impactful. And they wanted to minimize that. The judge said, the state gets to do what the state gets to do, and this is something they get to present, and so that was not minimized in any way. Although they did make an agreement with the broadcasters not to show any of those graphic images, and so far they've done a good job making sure those are not shown. All right, so next up, witness number 14 was Dr. Stephen Cogswell. He is the medical examiner, and he's also a forensic pathologist, and he was amazing. He was absolutely incredible. Loved his style. He's a teacher. He's very good. He's able to his experience on the professional side is unbelievable. He's got 7,000 autopsies, to his name. So he's seen all sorts of things, and then at the same time he's able to understand with that experience and that expertise and explain with the layman's terminology. And so he was easy to listen to. He was probably one of the best MEs we've ever seen in any trial. But he took a long time on the stand. In fact, let's see, he took almost all of day 4. the testimony that I won't go through all the details because he did literally go through almost one by one from the top of her head down to her back. That's the range of where the injuries were. He described every injury with its orientation, with its distinctive characteristics, all being caused by a sharp pointed object, a sharp edged object, or some bruising. There was a little bit of bruising as well that was from blunt, but he described every injury, and it was a ton. There were 60 stab or incise wounds, which was just incredible. He talked about, Jasmine being as small as she is, about 100 pounds, would have about 4 quarts of blood in her system. And if you lose 20% of that, you lose consciousness. If you lose 30%, you could die right there. When he did the examination of her body in the medical examiner's office, they normally take a 10 milliliter test tube full of blood for samples. He used that tube, but he's only able to get 5.75 milliliters of blood because there wasn't any left. That was all that was available. She had literally bled out, like entirely there, in that apartment. And that's important because we look at that stain on the carpet, and that the stain on the carpet, as big as it is not 4 quarts of blood. The way the doctor described it was that you can paint a room with a gallon of paint, and you have about a gallon of blood in you if you're that size. There had to be more blood elsewhere, which would show that probably a great deal of the blood was in the bathroom and cleaned up there. So he detailed all the injuries, which I'm not going to go into, but they literally went from the very top, the crown of her head, down, mostly down on her right side, on her neck, on her face, on her neck, through her neck, shoulder, the back, and the scapula area. It was all in one area. And through his testimony, he basically, he specifically said, because of these types of injuries, and using both the medical examiner hat and the forensic pathologist hat, he's able to say, we can look at this and see that she was in fact restrained at the time of these attacks, because you can't, people fight back. This type of attack, you don't get to have all the same type of attacks with the predominantly same direction. There would be more fights and turns and more scattered injuries. And all this is indicative of her being, in fact, restrained at the time. And the restraints we're talking about are handcuffs and shackles. Her right hand was shackled to her right ankle. Her left ankle and her right ankle were shackled together. The shackles themselves, though, were broken. And we don't know. See what you're doing, Melanie. You're making me nervous. We don't know why that broke. We don't know how that broke. But the shackle, no, I said that her ankles were shackled together. I was wrong. The shackles, one shackle was attached to her right arm just above her elbow. The other shackle went down to her, I believe, right foot, and then her right hand was handcuffed to her right foot. I think that's how it went, which forces you into a fetal position. Okay, her left hand was free, but I don't know. I'm not exactly clear on what happened with her left foot, if her left foot and her right elbow were shackled together or not. That I'm not clear on. Anyway, we talked a lot about the knife, the type of weapon that would have caused that. In fact, one of the wounds that was one of the more severe wounds, and there were a handful, maybe 5 wounds that were very severe, where they were either fully through the neck, through one side, out the other side, through the trachea, almost severing the voice box, deep into the skull, through the eye, cutting the eyeball. There's one that went through the back all the way through to the front and broke the 4th rib through her rib cage. In that wound, the tip of the knife, and by tip I mean not just a little point, the tip of a knife broke off in her lung and lodged against the bone on the inside, on the back. So he talked about and showed us the tip of the knife that he extracted from her body. Let's see. I think that pretty much covers his testimony. It is important to note, though, the jury was in it for all of this, and they had, I don't know, it could have been as many as 30 questions for the medical examiner, where everyone else, there's just been a handful of questions. They had a lot of questions. They wanted to know about Blue Star. They wanted to know if the wounds had been cleaned with peroxide. Were pants tested? Were there carpet fibers in the wounds? Tell me more about the DNA. Was the blade examined for fingerprints? Is there more than one knife used? Were any of these wounds caused by the knife after it had been broken? So many just in-depth questions. They really wanted to understand the extent of what happened here and how it went down. The direction of the wounds, what percent were superficial. Were they ante-mortem or peri-mortem or post-mortem? There were no post-mortem wounds, meaning that all the wounds were either before or as she was dying. And just a lot of questions. The jury was amazing in their questions. The next witness, they recalled Kristen Schubert, and she just introduced some pictures. I think they forgot their Jasmine's vehicle pictures. They introduced those. Then we had witness number 15 was a special agent forensic scientist and DNA analysis. She talked about carpet blood matched in the toothbrush on the DNA. So basically the toothbrush in the shower, the toothbrush on Jasmine's bed, those matched in DNA, and the carpet blood sample matched the toothbrushes when we know those are Jasmine's. The suitcase handle test was inconclusive. The steering wheel in Mr. Chen's car, those DNA tests were inconclusive. There were 2 profiles on her steering wheel, but the test was inconclusive. That takes us to day 5, which was yesterday. We had Jennifer Moody, who's from the Hamilton County Sheriff's Office, and the fingerprint technician, talking about the fingerprints. They did get a fingerprint from the bag, one of the 3 bags that Jasmine Pace's body was in. And it's confusing because I'm pretty sure at the opening in this trial, the prosecutor said that the fingerprint was found on the innermost bag. But it turns out that through testimony we heard it was on the outermost bag. And I think it was just because they did a weird numbering system where 1, 2, 3 was not from the outside in, it was from the inside out. And so I think it was just a misunderstanding on the behalf of the prosecutors. We had Lieutenant David Franklin next, who's the Family Justice and Missing Persons officer. He did fingerprints as well. Talked about the digital AFIS system, automated fingerprint identification system. He analyzed the garbage bags, the handcuffs, the cars. Front passenger door on the Chevy had a good latent print from Jim Cooper, who was the locksmith. Because they called the family basically was left on their own to take care of the car after they're like, well, we took a missing persons report, but it's just a car. We're not going to seize it. There's no evidence of a crime, according to the police. And so the family called a locksmith so they could get in the car. That was Jim Cooper's. His fingerprints were there. The Camry had 2 latent prints of value and a palm print. The one on the hood was Investigator Crawford's. Outside, the bag had 4 prints. The bag closest to the body had 1 on the inside. It got a little confusing here as they're testifying back and forth, but I think the handprint or the fingerprint that belonged to Jason Chen on the garbage bag that Jasmine's body was in was on the outside bag. It's just I know for sure that one of those 3 bags had it. It was either the inside or the outside. Let's see. Sergeant, I spelled that wrong. Just one second. Red pen would be impressed. I'm correcting errors in my notes, even though you will never see them. Sergeant William Salyers was a fingerprint unit. He's an expert with AFIS, and he's the verifier. And the one thing I got from his testimony, after Lieutenant David Franklin does all his analysis and says, okay, I have a match. We've got the fingerprint card from Jason Chen. We've got the fingerprints of the crime scene. We've matched them. These are the same. They send it to Sergeant William Salyers, and his job is not to say, is that right? His job is to say that's wrong, and so he tries to disprove the previous efforts, the previous officer's findings, which is sort of tries to get away from bias, wanting to find a confirmation, wanting to find a match, and he says they were a match. Next up, we had investigator Mark Hamilton, who I will have to say is my favorite. We're hoping to actually be able to interview him on the show just about his life, because his career has been. He was in the military and did a lot with radio and stuff there. But his career's involved pretty much the entire span of time that a lot of the digital forensics that we know and love came into existence and developed into what they are today. So he's been doing phone cracking since there were phones. Since phones could be locked, he's been doing that. He's been doing location triangulation since that became a thing. And he's been, because of that, he's been involved with everything from the FBI looking for terrorists to multiple crimes investigations. He's testified a number of times in court that we were able to find a video of, at least. So he was a fantastic witness, but the testimony he gives is sort of dry. He's the guy that gives the cell phone analysis. Here's from this tower to this tower. And I will say, even though it's not like gripping testimony, what he was able to do was give very specific testimony, probably some of the most specific location testimony I've ever seen in a cell phone tower report analysis. A lot of times we get like, he went from this general area to this general area. His understanding of radio waves and how they move about in an area based, he was using a topographic map to show a lot of these things. So he'd understand, how the radio waves interfere with mountains or may have bounced off certain things. His precision was amazing. Anyway, he was great. The fun thing about him, he shows up to court after they sort of rushed to his testimony. He was expecting to testify after lunch, got called before lunch. He got told, "You got a minute, get up here now." He runs up, he's wearing a green Carhartt shirt, okay? And he's like, he's all smiles, okay? His eyes are smiling, he's just a happy guy. And we find out that his boss is the DA. And she's like, do you normally wear a Carhartt shirt to testify? and he joked about it a little bit. But so he testified in a green Carhartt shirt for up until lunch. Then he went to lunch, changed into a suit, and testified in a suit the second half, which was funny to see. But he had, he was a radio guy. Let's see, he'd done all the radio things, microwave networks, repeaters, radio repair, cell phone repair for people in the office. He's got military training, extensive Motorola training, knows about cell phone frequencies, fiber optics, GPS, everything. And so it just a great expert that way. Brought in through testimony some of the extraction information, I think, as well. Then they recalled investigator Crawford. I think through Mr. Hamilton, they brought in the text messages from the phones, if I remember correctly. Then they went to recalled investigator Crawford, who explained how his fingerprint ended up on the hood of the car, and Jim Cooper's fingerprints, and why they were there. Then we had finally at that point we got to hear from Kristen, who was our court watcher, and she told us the jury makeup. What we have is there are 15 jurors. Obviously, 12 will deliberate, 3 are alternates.
Taking it easy.
We have 8 male and 7 female, and most of the men appear to be younger, and they're all very attentive. So this is great information.
I'll install it.
Then we're on to day 6, which is today. The state rested first thing, and defense has made 2 motions. The first motion was to a motion of directed verdict, basically saying, Judge, they haven't proved specifically the premeditation part, and the judge said, actually, Tennessee law says that we are allowed to use the number of attacks, the efforts to clean up, the use of her phone afterwards to make it look like she was still alive, all those things as evidence of premeditation, which is interesting because the evidence of premeditation came during or after the crime. There's nothing the state has that is actually before the crime that shows premeditation. And the second motion was to revisit the decision to exclude Dr. Lewis. And Dr. Lewis is that one we started with, the doctor who wanted to testify that he was drunk at the time and couldn't have had the capacity to form premeditation. And that takes us back to the current time with an update. So if you missed anything this week, and I'm sorry, I've missed a lot of chat. I apologize. Let me jump back and see. Holy cow. All right. Share Bears vacationing in Aruba. Thank you very much. Angie, you gifted a membership. Thank you, Ann. Kate Cat. Love this channel. Everyone here. It's great having Saturday Court. Thanks, RA, and this great community. Dream of Laundry. Member for, I should say Landry instead of laundry. Landry. Member for 15 months. Happy Saturday, everyone. Meg Osborne. Is it Osborne? I think it's Osborne. Member for 17 months. Perfect day outside here in Southwest Florida. Here I am being a true crime addict. Dreamy Landry also gifted a membership. Thank you, Dreamy Landry. Jovi Ray, member for 16 months. It says, morning, RA and addicts. I've only caught bits and pieces of this trial. Glad to have today to try to catch up. Hopefully that recap helps you a little bit. Jovi Ray then gifted a membership. Thank you. Sloth Life gifted a membership. Appreciate your generosity as well. And then, let's see. RA did an amazing job of reviewing the case. You rock. Thank you. Thank you. Try to keep some notes occasionally. All right. The handcuffs and shackles are what shows premeditation to me. I think that works. All your talk of ham radios mixed with TikTok ads made me buy a handheld ham radio. Can't wait to get into trouble. Please don't get into trouble with that. It's like a $10,000 fine if you use it without a license. But it's easy to get a license. It's really easy. You can study for a few days, and you could be a licensed operator. Sloth Life gifted a membership. Thank you very much. Tipsy Tracy gifted a membership. You guys are amazing. All right. Let's see. I'm awake. Did I miss anything? We're about to start the defense's case, Shark.
Thank you, sir. My new best friend.
You're welcome. And that's going to be interesting. That we know they don't have the doctor. They wanted the doctor in. They tried to get him in again. It's not going to happen. And so we're going to see. Well, I guess the big question now is: will Chen testify? How do you get to any semblance of a defense in this case unless he testifies? You've got to have him testify. I don't. As everything in my head says no, don't testify. You shouldn't testify. It would be terrible for him. At the same time, I don't know how they go forward without him, and expect the jury to even have anything to base it on. I think he has to. So then he goes first, right? It'd be interesting, but if he does testify, here's what we know: the story that was told by the defense as to what happened that day got completely shredded, entirely shredded during the witnesses from the state, especially at the end. There was no evidence of alcohol or THC in Jasmine's system. And he says they were drinking, they were getting more wine, they smoked some weed, all this. There was nothing there, and there was so little. There might have been something that could have been detected in that category, but the level is so low that it's in the gray area of fuzz and noise, and so you can't even run the test, a specific test for it. So, saying that she was drunk and there was a fight, and she had. Or that she had gone out to the kitchen to get more wine, and there his phone was on the counter, and she heard it buzzing and saw all the notifications from Tinder from all the girls who want to hook up with Jason Chen, which is that was laughable on its own, because we saw that he was pursuing a lot of girls, and they were not necessarily jumping at the chance. There was none. There was no activity on Tinder. There were no notifications during the time that, around that period. The only Tinder activity there was on the phone was after she was dead, 9:30 in the morning, that next morning, he's reaching out to other girls to try to hook up. That's it. There was nothing in between. And so that whole story they told has been proved a lie. Now what do? Do they abandon that story? Do they double down? I don't know. So it's going to be interesting to see where defense goes. And if he tries to stick to that, there's no evidence to support it. He will be instantly discredited in the eyes of the jury. He should not testify, but how can he not? Maybe don't testify and hope for an appeal because he should have had the psych doc, maybe ineffective counsel. The only way I think he could get ineffective counsel at this point, because I think they've done a great job with what they were given, is if he did not, if he did not say, "I'm guilty," if he never told his lawyers, "I'm guilty," and they just came up and said, "Look, my client's guilty. He did it." On their, if they came up with that on their own, I think that's something that he would have, should have a little say in, at least a decision that big. Yes, and after today, we will be live on Monday as well, even though it's pretty much a holiday here in the United States with Martin Luther King Day. Defense has not rested yet. They're just starting. Kimberlina, they just filed 2 motions. Both were denied. One was for the judge to basically say, "You're right, the state didn't prove it," and throw the case out. And the other was to allow one of their witnesses in that the judge has already ruled is not going to come in. Both of those were denied. We're just waiting. They said that the witnesses would be here within about half an hour of that moment. So it should be...
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
Should be pretty soon. I'm not sure how long we've been waiting. What if it's possible for all this to end today? If he doesn't testify, if they have no expert witness, this could go a lot faster than the 5 days that defense basically has allotted on their side. I can't see defense taking 5 days. I don't know how they could do that, even if Jason Chen gets up and testifies. So I'm guessing the witness isn't Jason Chen. He should be here already. The first witness definitely isn't. It would be interesting to see if defense calls anyone from the apartment. That's something we didn't hear. Specifically, there were people that heard a scream that night. I don't know why the defense would want to call them, but that's a witness that's out there that we haven't heard from. I don't think any of Jason Chen's former roommates would be good evidence for the defense, other than showing he's just a little bit out there mentally, that he comes across as creepy. We have not seen the interrogation video. Defense has fought really hard, and I don't know if they won something pre-trial to keep that out, but we have had very little information come out about that moment. Even the fact that he had a cut on his hand, that barely squeaked in, that he had a cut on his hand that was healing. Anything that has to do with the time he was taken into custody, there's been objections and approach, and then we move on. So don't have much at all about his... him being taken into custody. What has happened so far this morning? The state rested. Defense filed 2 quick motions. They were shot down, and now we're waiting for the defense's first witness. No body cam, no interview. The other Jules, it has to come at some point. It might have happened off camera, meaning it might have happened when we didn't see. Yes, defense has said they're going to call his mom to the stand. She might be the first witness. If she does get called to the stand, it will be through an interpreter because she does not speak English natively or well enough to be able to testify in English. Hope he testifies. Want to hear from him. Jason could testify into it. Sarah Boone testify for 6 days. Look at my briefs. Thank you very much. Not forgotten. Upper Torso's Limb Fund. There you go. Upper torso. We're still adding to your upper torso, your limb fund. Eat your waffle. It will be cold. I will, but I feel bad eating it in front of you when there's nothing to watch. The syrup has now completely soaked into the pancake. The pancake has become one with the plate. Or not the pancake, the waffle. It's not the crunchy waffle that it could have been. I'll work on that in a minute. All right. Susie Hat, if this one ends early, there's a possibility we could jump to the Natalie Cochran trial. Arbauer25, welcome. An attorney. Arbauer, thank you. Thank you very much for your support at attorney level. If I'm not already following you on social media, please reach out to me on the burner phone. Let me know how I can do that, and so we can stay connected. I appreciate that level of support. That is massive. Let's see. Ruth, thanks for the kind words. Good morning to you. The waffle has become one with the plate. It has. State has arrested. You can say play some music and eat your waffle. There's only 1.2K people watching. All right, what could possibly put you off eating your waffle? Mostly the syrup that I would spill on my shirt, and you guys would see. I purposefully did not fill all the crevices of the waffle with syrup as I normally do, for that reason. Josh upgraded membership to jury. Thank you, Josh. One of our great moderators. Appreciate that. Can I get the Canadians hate you sound? I don't know. Is it this one?
Because we here in Canada hate you and hope for bad things for you because we hate you.
Is that the one you wanted? Ivy, that's Ian Runkle's voice there. We use that with his permission. If you don't watch Ian Runkle, he is a fantastic attorney, lawyer in Canada, way on the other side, over towards the West Coast. And he specializes in firearms and Second Amendment issues, which is great for being an attorney from Canada because their rules are very different than the United States. But he loves to study the law down here and follow cases that way. He also has what we call Runkleisms, which is he has ways of describing things that paint a vivid picture and will probably make you laugh. And that was one of them. That was something from him. Let's see, I could show you the poster. I only have, as far as the poster, I only have the old one right now pulled up. I'll have to get the new one. Ooh, and just like that, court's moving. Court's moving. Sorry, Red Pen, I was going to show. I'll see if I can download the new one. Everyone stare at RA until he eats his waffle. Dateline last night, Melody Ferris case. Yes, that they told the story. It's incredible. They left my part out of it, which is fine. I don't particularly like being included in court cases. Jury's coming in right now, so we should be beginning the defense case in just a moment. I think that was the judge that just came in. It's the jury.
Didn't know you had a cruel sense of humor like that. Yes, that's what I was going to.
All right, now the jury's coming in. So that must have been the judge that came in right then after Jason Chen. And they approach. This is funny. Every time we go on the record, we sit here for half an hour, and as soon as we come on the record, they approach. And this was the judge calling it, because he's the one talking first. Soft life, I would definitely get more from an attorney level support. YouTube Premium is split with all the YouTube viewers you watch and YouTube during the month. So basically YouTube Premium, a portion of your YouTube Premium goes to the creators you watch who are monetized, and a portion goes to YouTube, whereas any membership level, we're split between, well, it's 30-70 YouTube and the creator. forget what I did to upgrade, if you know. It's on the membership button. Thank you, I Rescue Dogs. I appreciate that. I YouTube Premium does account for a large amount of meeting our family's bills. It's awesome. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I'll take a look.
Please be seated. Mr. Weiss, will the defense be offering any proof?
Yes, sir.
All right, call your first witness.
The defense calls Courtney Ayden Brewer.
First witness, Brewer. Bug Dugger, thank you so much.
Good morning. Miss Ayden Brewer, can you please move forward to the microphone? There you go. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Courtney Brewer.
And can you spell your first name?
Courtney.
May I call you Courtney?
Yeah.
Courtney, where are you from?
Shenandoah.
How long have you lived here?
Forever.
Going back to November of 2022, where did you live then?
110 Tremont Street.
And is that located on the North Shore of Chattanooga?
It is, yes.
How long had you lived there?
2 years at that point.
You said your apartment number is, or the address is 110?
And my apartment number is also 110.
What would have been the apartment number above you?
210.
I'll kind of get straight to the point. On the night of November the 22nd, in the early hours of November the 23rd, was there an incident that you can recall?
Yes, I was woken up in the middle of the night by a loud scream.
Can you kind of take us, and you can go slowly through the events that woke you up and then everything that you heard from that point until you didn't hear it?
There was a scream that startled me out of my sleep. I checked my phone to see the time because I was going to call 911. It was around 2 a.m. There was a voice that was screaming words. The words I couldn't understand fully.
Was it a male voice or female?
A female voice. And then there sounded, assuming that the apartment above mine is laid out the same as mine, there sounded like chasing, a lot of footsteps going across towards the front door.
One person's footsteps or two footsteps?
It sounded like multiple.
You said towards the front door. Was it towards the front door or towards the bedroom?
Towards the front door because I was in the bedroom when I heard it.
You had said that you heard a scream. Can you describe the scream?
Distress.
That's a huge loss. That's a
not
huge
quite
loss.
angry, emphatic.
What? And you said you could hear hardly. Did that sound like an argument or a fight?
I thought that maybe I had heard the tail end of a fight. I only ever heard one voice.
And that was the female voice?
Correct.
After hearing the scream and the argument and the footsteps, what did you do?
I lay there awake for a minute because I couldn't go back to sleep. My husband had woken up, but he thought the noise came from outside, and he went back to sleep rather easily. I could hear in the bedroom, I could hear the sounds of a TV. And then when I moved from the bedroom to my living room, there were sounds of someone walking across the apartment and the sound of the washer and the garbage disposal.
You said you could hear the arguing?
I only heard her voice, so I just assumed it was an argument.
You couldn't make out what was being said?
No.
Did you hear any crying?
The voice that came after the screaming, that was, it kind of sounded like when you're already upset but you're trying to prove a point, and you're crying at the same time. So it was just very kind of garbled. I would say that there was crying behind it though.
Did you call 911?
I did not.
Why not?
Because by the time I settled down from being abruptly woken up and thought that I heard footsteps go across and a door slam, I thought that it had just been a normal apartment argument and everything kind of calmed down.
Did you ever contact authorities?
I did.
When did you contact authorities?
I want to say the 27th or the 28th.
And why did you contact authorities?
Because I had seen the missing persons poster for Jasmine on Facebook and connected the dots of her last known location being the floor above mine. And so I submitted a tip to Crime Stoppers saying what I heard, and I just thought it was the right thing to do.
And is what you told Crime Stoppers then the same thing as you testified so far this morning?
Yes, sir.
Were you interviewed by any member of the Chattanooga Police Department?
I was spoken to by, I think he might have been a lead detective.
Was it this gentleman right here?
I honestly don't remember.
That's okay. Were you interviewed by any other persons?
I was interviewed by a private investigator for the family.
What do you mean by the family?
For Jasmine Pace's family. And I think he was a different private investigator working with you. I don't remember anyone's names.
That's fine, but it sounds like you spoke to 3 people about that.
I did, yes.
Did you tell the same consistent, or what you testified to this morning, is that what you told all those people?
Yes, sir.
And Courtney, you would say that the sounds that you heard that night and that early morning?
Your Honor, objection leading.
Interval question now.
Would you say that those were unusual noises compared to other noises that you heard from that morning?
Withdrawn. He phrased it different that time, Judge.
That's how I was always going to phrase it.
Was he answering the question?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. Let me ask it again. Would you say the sounds you heard were unusual compared to the other noises from that apartment above?
Yes.
Do you know who built your apartment?
Wise Properties.
Okay. Are the walls pretty thin?
They are.
Are the floors pretty thin?
They are.
Can you hear most things that are going on?
I can.
I can't believe defense called this witness. She just refuted their story that he ran back from the kitchen to the bedroom. She says, no, they ran from the bedroom to the door. She was trying to escape.
Thank you for coming out.
And that's all they had.
Hi, Courtney. Hi. You just testified that you were contacted also by an investigator that you believed worked with Mr. Weiss. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall the time period that was?
No, I want to say between when I submitted the Crime Stoppers tip and the police showed up, I want to say those 2 weeks after that were kind of a blur together, so I don't have an exact date or time.
Do you believe that that was before Mr. Chen had been arrested?
I am not sure.
Okay. Was it around the time of the scream? I mean, in the weeks around November 23rd, 2022?
It would have been after that.
How far after that?
At least a week, because I didn't get contacted until after I submitted the Crime Stoppers tip.
Okay. Thank you. And you testified about hearing a loud scream from a female, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Who sounded distressed.
Yes.
And you weren't asked about any documentation that you made of that scream.
Not that I recall.
Did you document on your phone device in some way what time you had heard that scream?
No, I didn't.
Do you know what time you heard that scream?
Only because I looked at my phone and it was 2:11.
Okay, so you do know what time you heard that scream?
I do.
2:11. You'd agree that 2:11 is 7 minutes away from 2:18, is that correct?
Yes.
And you said that you heard running, you used the word chasing, from what came from the bedroom towards the front door.
Yes.
When you walk into your apartment, are you in the living room?
Yes, you're immediately in the living room.
And then you would come through the kitchen, is that correct?
Correct.
And then you have to go through the bathroom.
Yes.
To get to the bedroom.
Correct.
Approximately how long after you heard the scream did you hear the garbage disposal?
Probably about an hour.
Approximately how long after the scream did you hear the washing machine?
The washing machine and the garbage disposal were around the same time. They were running in tandem.
Thank you. Approximately how long after the scream did you hear the TV come on?
That was sooner, maybe 20 minutes.
20 minutes after the scream? A TV came on in the apartment above yours?
Yes.
Wow.
You testified about a door slamming. Would you describe it as a door from inside the apartment right above you, or the door coming into the front door?
I would say the front door. The front door slams a little bit louder, and most all of the doors, if they're made the same in my apartment, are sliding.
Okay. One moment, Judge.
Just a minute.
The garbage disposal. Now, it may help the defense to say that there was a chase going on to show that she was not restrained.
Sure, I understand the layout of your apartment.
Sure.
When you, let's start with the front door. Are these heavy-duty doors?
I wouldn't say heavy duty. They're pretty standard.
This is John West's apartment.
They're loud.
Okay.
Yeah.
When you open the door, does it automatically close behind you?
Yes.
And then, once you enter in through the door, you're in the living room area.
Correct.
And you know the size of the apartment? How many square feet?
Small.
Would 500 or 600 square feet sound right?
Honestly, I don't know.
But it's how many steps would it take you to get from the front door to the back door, or the back wall of the bedroom?
15, 20 maybe.
How long would it take?
A few minutes.
You're
Not a few minutes, sorry. Yeah, maybe like a minute.
Okay.
Yeah.
Once you get past the bedroom, or sorry, the living room, that's the kitchen area.
Correct.
And the washing machine and dryer are kind of connected right there into the kitchen area.
Yes.
And then once you go through the kitchen area,
Objection, leading judge, we've let it go on for a while.
Sustain, Mr. Weiss.
after the kitchen area, what's next?
The bathroom.
He's so frustrated.
There's a door. Is there a door between the kitchen and the bathroom?
There is.
Is it a door that you open or you shut? I'm sorry, let me
Pocket
rephrase
door.
that. Is it a door that you open or you slide?
It is a door that you open.
Is there a door between the bedroom and the bathroom?
There is.
What kind of door is that?
That one is a sliding one.
Is it called a pocket door?
I believe so, yes.
Does that make it, is that an easy door to use in your apartment?
Sometimes. If you push it in too much, it's kind of hard to get back out.
And when you are able to close it, what type of noises?
Like a,
Does it make a loud noise?
it's a very distinct noise, but I'm not sure how to describe it. It's like a shh.
And can you hear that? Can you hear the apartment above you when he slides that door?
I can.
The night of November the 22nd, did you hear that door slide?
Not that I recall.
Wow.
Recross.
No, you're on.
Jury
Have any
members.
questions for Mrs. Brewer?
Jury does have questions. This is it's crazy to think that she heard it happen and didn't call 911. But her explanation makes sense. These are thin walls. If you've lived in an apartment before and had neighbors above you, below you, left, right, you hear things, and a lot of people argue. But you know, if she heard noises that then thought, "Oh, it's over now," I can see why she didn't call 911 immediately. Usually, mind your business.
Ms. Brewer, the jury has a couple of questions, so I'm going to ask them if you could face the jury when answering, please.
Okay.
How did you know it was Jasmine Pace in apartment 210 prior to seeing the missing persons poster on Facebook?
I did not.
Can you explain how you connected the dots then? I think that's the question.
Okay. The missing persons poster had her last known location as the second floor of the apartment complex that I live in. And the time frame that she had last been seen matched up with the date that I heard it. So I just connected the dots in a way that I thought they might be connected.
Thank you. You might have answered this already, but if you may be a little more specific. Do you recall what time you heard the door from the upstairs apartment slam?
I don't recall the exact time. It would have been a few minutes after I woke up, so maybe around 2:20, 2:25.
Can you redirect based on the jury's questions? So you must place.
Yes, one moment, Connor. Is your apartment near, are there stairs in the apartment building?
There are.
And that's how one might get up from the first floor to the second floor?
Mhm.
Is there a door to enter into the stairs of the building?
There is.
And is there one on the lower level and the upper level?
Yes.
Does that door have a distinctive sound?
The one on my floor does, yes. It's
Go ahead, that's fine.
more metallic.
And can you hear the door that leads to the stairs upstairs?
I'm not sure if it's that door or the door down here, or sorry, on my floor.
You said you heard a door closed. Could it have been the door leading to the stairs upstairs?
I think that's a different sound.
Amen.
Recross.
No, Your Honor.
Wow.
Additional
We've got
questions for the jury based
another
on-
jury question.
One more.
This is a state's witness that the defense called. All she did was shred their case. They want to tell the story that Jason Chen retreated and ran back to the bedroom and she chased him. And she says it was the other way. It was running to the door. And that paints a very, very different picture of the events. Wow.
Was it just one screen or multiple? How long was the screen?
The one screen was what woke me up. There wasn't an additional screen. It was more of the talking emotionally very loudly. The scream itself that I heard only lasted a few seconds. And then the voice where I couldn't actually hear the words was sounding, and then the footsteps across. So the whole thing probably about 4 or 5 minutes before it was silent again.
Oh my goodness.
Can you redirect based on that answer?
No, you're wrong.
Can you recross based on that answer?
No, you're wrong.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may sit down. What's the part?
I would ask that Ms. Brewer be excused. She may be defense calls Travis Pace.
Travis Pace, Jasmine's dad, is called by the defense.
Travis Pace.
Now this might be a hostile situation here. Mark Carhart? Is that Mark Carhart? Oh no. Can't tell.
You solemnly swear from testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
It is cold in the courtroom. Everyone is bundled up.
Good morning, Mr. Pace.
Good morning.
Can you please state your full name for the record?
Travis Wayne Pace.
Are you the father of Jasmine Pace?
I am.
Are you married or divorced from Katrina Pace?
I'm divorced.
How long have you known Katrina Pace?
25 years.
I want to talk about the time from November 26, 27. Okay? What did you do when you realized your daughter was missing?
The night started, it was like a Saturday night. We were doing a Friendsgiving downtown. I was with my girlfriend at the time.
What was her name?
Jacqueline. And my daughter, Gabby, called me and said, Dad, Jasmine's missing. I think it's really serious. We need your help. I said, where are you at? And it was a location that she didn't know the address. And I was like, just send me your map and I'll just get to you. And it took us to a building near Tremont, but it was on the other side. It was an apartment complex beside it, just one building over. And met him face to face right there. And she goes, her car was last parked near right here.
Where's right here?
I don't know the name of the side street. It's like a little.
Okay, hang on. Having some trouble here.
Let's get in this building.
So you're talking about, let me just make sure. Have you been, throughout this trial, have you been in this room?
I have.
And you've heard all the testimony? And so when I say 110 Tremont Street, do you understand that to be the apartment building that Jason Chen lives in?
I do.
What did you do when you got to 110 Tremont Street?
Try to get in the immediate front door, which was locked with a key. But I was like, if she's in this building, let's get in this building.
Sorry, my kids.
So you're talking about, let me just make sure. Have you been, throughout this trial, have you been in this room?
I have.
And you've heard all the testimony?
I have.
And so when I say 110 Tremont Street, do you understand that to be the apartment building that Jason Chen lives in?
I do.
What did you do when you got to 110 Tremont Street?
Try to get in the immediate front door, which was locked with a keypad. And walked around to the back of the building, one of the other exits, and got into the back door.
How'd you get into the back door?
Just opened it.
It was unlocked?
I think so.
You didn't have to do anything to the door to get it open? What did you do after you made your way inside the building?
Walked to the front door and opened it for everybody else.
And who's everybody else?
Katrina, my daughter, Gabrielle, Jack.
Then what did you proceed to do?
Stayed on the first floor to where you could see any exits and the staircase and the elevator, and began knocking as loud and obnoxiously as we could to disturb everybody in the whole building.
What were you knocking on people's doors?
Every door, in sequence order.
What did you do after you were knocking on people's doors?
Nobody answered them. That's what I said. We said we got to try the second floor next. But we didn't want to leave the first floor, just in case. So we were talking about how to split up in a way that was safe. 3 women. And then one of her friends, Wayne, also showed up.
How long until he showed up?
I couldn't tell you minutes or hours that night.
And did you personally know Wayne Tubbs?
I hadn't met him yet.
Is he still alive?
I don't think he is.
So you went up to the second floor?
We did.
Who all went up to the second floor?
All of us.
Prior to this, had you had any interaction with the Chattanooga Police Department or law enforcement in general?
I had not.
Why didn't you call the police before going into the apartment building?
I did.
You did call?
I did. I tried to call police department. I tried to call TBI. I tried to call FBI. It was a holiday. It was Saturday night. You only get after hours, leave a message. No switchboard, no immediate person that would pick up the phone or answer.
Can you tell, what were you feeling at the time?
I don't think it was a feeling for me. It was just, she's missing. We'll find her. And if she's missing and in danger, it has to be fast. I was feeling rushed. That's what I was feeling. Fast.
So you and all the other connected, the 4 of you, right? You make it up to the second floor.
Yep.
Did you enter into an apartment on the second?
We did.
How did you know what apartment to enter into?
A few things. One of them was, while we were in the staircase, there was a 3rd floor tenant, and we met in the staircase. And obviously it's awkward at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. We said, not trying to startle you, softly, is there any chance you know of Jasmine Pace or Jason Chen, her boyfriend? And he said, yes. We said, can you help us? He explained that he had a sister that went through something similar. He welcomed him up to the 3rd floor to open up all the laptops that we could, to do anything that we could do to move any direction forward. After that, he talked about a dumpster in the back, and he talked about a sewer manhole in the back. And he said, hypothetically, if I was to discard something, maybe I would. So they stayed in the 3rd floor. We left, went outside to see if there's anything of significance around the trash or anywhere. And we came back up and met him again. And he said, I'm sure he does not live on the 3rd floor, but I see him in a stairwell sometimes. He probably will not be on a stairwell because he lives on the 1st floor. He probably lives on the 2nd floor, not the 1st. He definitely does not live on the 3rd. Simultaneously saw the angle of where that dot was, and it was in the southwest corner of the building itself. There's an elevator and 1 bedroom next to the elevator, or 1 apartment room. I said, maybe we're close within a door or 2 on the 2nd floor. We knocked on the first 2 doors right beside each other. The one on the left answered and said it was so substantial we documented something around 2:15, something of noise. We heard something around 2:15. It was so substantial I documented it on my phone. We said, did it come from that wall or that wall? And they said, that wall. And there's only 1 room before the stairwell. And I said, there's a reasonable chance this could be the exact room. It's not the 3rd, it's not the 1st, it's not that one. There's a stairwell. This might be it.
Was that apartment 210?
It was apartment 210.
Did you or anyone else make entry into apartment 210?
Sorry?
Did you or anyone else make entry into apartment 210?
Yes.
Who made entry into apartment 210?
Me and Wayne made entry.
How'd you do it?
I lifted the handle.
Lifted the handle?
Correct.
Did you use a credit card? Could you use the credit card to open that door?
I could not.
Why not?
The way that door jammed and the way that the door lock is, nobody could use a credit card.
Okay, that I believe him.
How do you
it goes in, opens in.
In order to use a credit card, you have to be able to slide it and push a mechanism. Because of the jam sticking out past the actual slide, you can't get a credit card in there.
Who went into the apartment?
I did, and Wayne was behind me.
Can you take me through what you did from once you opened the door?
First of all, I said, I have no idea what's behind this door. Don't know it's the right door. I don't know what would be seen if it was the right door. I am the only one with a pistol drawn.
Okay. So you were armed that night?
I was.
What were you armed with?
A pistol.
What kind of pistol?
A Heckler Koch.
Are you proficient in firearms?
I'm an expert.
I have a very particular set of skills, he says.
I pulled it.
HK-40 USB.
Flashlight to make sure that it was secure. And I said to everybody else, don't come in, don't follow me. It's not secure until I know what's behind here. And it could not, chance it might not even have been the right place. And I would have confronted a random tenant and surprised them by breaking into a random tenant's. There was just so much.
What did you do when you went into the apartment? Please describe your activity.
There is a way to attempt to clear and where probable places where somebody could be hiding or surprise you, and you safely, sequentially go left or right, back to front in order, and don't let anything be behind you, basically. So slow, thoughtful. So every door, every cabinet in sequence, that's finished, move forward. That's finished, move forward till you get to the bedroom.
What did you do in the bedroom?
Looked, there were no persons in the bedroom. So now I turned around with a different goal of not looking for a person, but to look for evidence of Jasmine.
What did you do to look for evidence of Jasmine?
The cabinets were open, things were on the surface, and it appeared there were female products in the bathroom. And walking forward and opened the drawer.
The drawer of what?
There was a computer desk in the top left of the apartment if you're facing to the hallway.
So if you enter in through the door, is it to the right?
It's to the right immediately. And there's a computer desk. Open the drawer. Jasmine's driver's license was right there on the top, stacked up in a pile. Slid it, her credit cards, her bank cards, a stack of all of Jasmine's cards and identifications are right there.
What did you do?
I took them out of the drawer and I spread them apart widely, distinctly, from left to right.
Why did you do
The way that the police have rules, without a search warrant, they could not open a drawer and look for those themselves. And me telling them that they were there, it was hearsay. But if I laid it across the countertop and they flashed their light on it and recorded it,
it's in plain sight.
They can show that to missing persons. There's something moving it forward.
You needed to do something to help the police investigate your missing cars.
Yes.
What did you do after you laid out the cars?
Call 911. Actually, as soon as I opened the drawer and I saw the cards, I called 911 and told them to call 911. This is absolutely the apartment that Jasmine was in.
Would you recognize your voice on the 911 call?
Possibly.
His testimony that it was a next door neighbor who said, I heard something at 2 o'clock in the morning. We heard from the downstairs neighbor. So there are some differences between what the state or what we've heard previously and what we know so far.
This is played for the jury, the witness would have to authenticate what's going to be played for the jury.
Okay, so you object to this point without proper foundation?
Sure, the foundation has to be laid, Judge.
State objects to foundation, which means we'll have to bring in.
Jury out and listen to it, I guess. Let's see that. Okay. Jury can step out. Probably back in.
So for the foundation to be laid for this, we'll have to have an officer, probably a 911 operator, who took the call, testify that they were working that day. They have a system that records things. Here's the recording. This is an accurate recording of what happened. This is the number that came in. They'll need all that groundwork if the judge requires it. But we're going to get to hear it first outside the jury's presence. I don't know what Travis does for a living, but it sounds like he's got a lot of knowledge or experience in law enforcement.
Some water, Mr. Pace? Mr. Pace, would you like some water? Yes, please.
Murray, I think she said they tried to open it with a credit card, but she couldn't see exactly because she was behind her son? Or behind Jason. Okay, so we're going to be listening to this audio of the 911 call outside the presence of the jury. The judge is going to listen to this and decide if...
Proceed.
Did not happen. County 911 will issue the emergency. There has been a kidnapping.
Mr. Pace, is that you?
I believe so.
Okay.
And possibly exploited sex trafficking with my daughter. We are at 110 Tremont. It's called the Loft in Tremont. What's the apartment number? And we're in room 210 on the second floor. Okay. What's going on? So we knew that our daughter had been gone since Wednesday. We've been following posts. We filed a police report on missing persons.
And do you continue to recognize your voice?
I believe that's me.
Was this the night, or was this the early morning of November the 27th when you called 2022?
Yes, it is.
Is this the foundation you're objecting to, General?
No, Your Honor, it's also hearsay.
It's expressive sense suppression. And
There's no such thing on Tennessee law.
I'm sorry, I misspoke. It goes to the state of mind.
There's no such thing as
Okay,
presence.
so what's the relevance of the state of mind that he already testified that he felt rushed? Can you tell me the relevance of the state of mind with the particular 911 call that hasn't been testified to?
If I kept playing it, it'll confirm his testimony.
So it will confirm his testimony?
Yes.
That's a hang on. That's a prior consistent statement, and that's not admissible unless his credibility is impeached, and then at that point, the other party can play his prior consistent statement. So if there's nothing inconsistent about it, okay, all right. So a motion to request to play 911 is over.
Boom. It's out.
Anything else about this before we bring the jury back in?
No, Your Honor.
Bring the jury back in.
Defense lost that one quickly. He cited something that's not recognized in Tennessee. Present sense impression, not recognized in Tennessee law.
They're ready, Your Honor. All right, bring it.
What went down the disposal? What was the disposal used for? Welcome, Broken Baker and Bakers. Thanks for rating us today. This has been riveting testimony this morning.
Did you call 911?
Yes.
And as a result of calling 911, what happened?
Thank you, Pat.
They were going to send officers to the scene.
And did officers come?
They did.
What did they do when they were there?
Two of them walked through the apartment initially. A third one showed up, and at some point they broke us to get individual statements, and I believe also talked to the neighbor right beside Jason's apartment. So
Did any of those officers go inside the apartment?
I believe so.
Did they see the ID card and credit cards that you laid out for them?
I'm not aware of what they saw.
Did they do anything to help you that night? Police officers.
Yeah,
What did they do?
they helped me keep looking for her. Us, or fairly, us.
They encouraged you to keep looking.
No, they was going to take a report and submit a report to missing persons. I said, get them on the scene. They're on standby, they're not reporting to the scene. Call your detective or your sergeant and put pressure on their sergeant to make their sergeant force homicide.
Forced homicide?
To come, to show up. He said the best I can do would be to tell my sergeant that I think it's important to put pressure on their sergeant and see what happens. It's the best I can do for you.
Did they tell you not to go back into the apartment?
I don't remember.
Did you ever go back into the apartment?
Yes.
When did you go back into the apartment?
Immediately, right when they drove off.
What did you do in there?
Continue to look for more things.
What were you looking for?
Anything that would lead to finding Jasmine.
How long were you in the apartment?
Couldn't tell you.
More or less than an hour.
Maybe an hour.
Was that the last time you entered into the apartment?
It was.
So you entered into the apartment that one day twice?
Correct.
Mr. Pace, you were there with Katrina Pace when you were interviewed by Detective Crawford and Detective Teach, weren't you?
I was there.
You were there, you were here in this courtroom in February of last year, and you heard Katrina Pace testify then, didn't you?
I was here.
And then this past Monday, you were in this room when you saw Katrina Pace testify on that stand, right?
Yes.
Were any of those statements true?
We remember it differently.
I'm sorry, were those statements true? I need a verbal answer.
Who am I to say what the truth is?
Did a resident of the apartment building open the door for you and I guess the four of you to come in the building?
No.
Who did that?
I didn't.
Did Katrina Pace or others get into Jason's store with a credit card?
I'm not aware if they did or not.
Did they get in? Who was the first person to get into the door?
I was.
Did you ever see Katrina Pace or another person use a credit card to get into the door?
I did not.
And you said earlier it'd be impossible to use a credit card to get into that door?
I did.
You heard Katrina testify that she went back into the apartment multiple times after that night, or after that morning?
I heard that.
Were you with her those times?
I was not.
Do you know what she did in the apartment during those times?
I didn't know.
One moment, sir.
So according to the dad, the apartment door was unlocked and he just opened it. According to Katrina, they used a credit card to open the door.
Does your ex-wife, Katrina Pace, does she have a reputation for being honest?
Oh. That was this is improper impeachment. Is your ex-wife a liar? Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Character assassination is improper. This is gripping testimony today. This is unbelievable. First of all, people are asking why would her dad testify for the defense? He doesn't get a choice. He's subpoenaed and they call him and he has to take the stand. It's not that he said, I'd like to testify for the defense. Defense chooses who they call. Sometimes they call police officers. Sometimes they call family members. Sometimes they call, they can call just about anybody they want to take the stand. And with a subpoena, they have to go there. Judge opens up the rule book. What is he doing here? Everyone's looking for case law. Oh, entirely. This is the gotcha moment for them. Let's prove the victim's mom was lying. The first witness that the state put on was a liar. That's a huge win for the defense if they can get that proved. What does it do? It doesn't change the fact that that the defense has already admitted that he killed her. But jury is there. The jury did hear that. The jury did not hear the portion of the 911 call. They were out of the room for that. The judge ruled that's not coming in. Just watch it. The judge is on his feet, grabbed a book. DA Cody went back to the desk to grab something as well, computer. They're both trying to find a reference for something, which means there's probably been some sort of argument to justify why, in this case, that sort of, and now defense is going to do the same. Everyone's going to try to support their cause. Why, in this case, that type of statement should be allowed in court. Jedi Jess, y'all make sure you hit the like button. 759 likes, but 1,600 watching. You can do better than that. No, that's awesome. Thank you very much. The like button helps the channel immensely. I really appreciate you doing that. The answer to the question, what is the lie, what is truth? Yeah, that wasn't the best answer. Who am I to tell you what the truth is? Well, I can tell you what I observed, and that's the truth. That would have been better. But you can tell he's not here. This isn't like a bad divorce where if I can throw my ex under the bus, I will. He's not here to say Katrina's a liar. He's here to say, this is what I remember. I can't explain why she remembers it differently. Whoa. The other jewels, look at that. You've got a yellow courthouse. 6 months. That day was so hectic and emotional for Jasmine's family. I can absolutely see how they remember things differently. I am amazed. I was amazed, first of all, at the mom's ingenuity in what they were doing, trying to track down Jasmine. I wonder how much of that actually came from Travis, who's got this experience in the mindset, knowing, let's methodically, in the middle of the night here, because it was, late at night, eliminate all the houses to try to find out where Jason Chen lives, and found somebody who was helpful there on the third floor using computers. It says they went out to the dumpster, looked in the dumpster. Wouldn't the pants and the shoes have been there? That's I don't know, that strikes me. I wish maybe the jury will ask a question about that. But goes on to rule down where he possibly was at. Where's that other resident? The resident next door who says, on the 200 level floor, on the second floor, that says that's the room it would have been in at 211. Because if there was no second floor resident, then Travis remembers it wrong. we've already got the witness from the first thing this morning, Courtney Brewer, who says I'm on the first floor and it happened right above me. So that would be Travis's memory being inaccurate in this case. Travis and Katrina were united front. The whole family sat there together and seemed very supportive of one another. Yeah, the only reason that we got the Courtney Brewer testimony and information through Crime Stoppers was because the family made a missing persons poster and literally put Jason Chen's address on it and said, this is the last place she was. Have you seen her? Wow. Bug Dugger, please pray and send good vibes for Welsh Lady Reads. Thank you, everyone. Oh, no. Welsh Lady Reads. What's happening? What's happening? First of all, you in chat, Welsh Lady? Welsh Lady Reads has a YouTube channel where she reads, and it's so good. So good. Good friend of the channel. She's going through a lot. Okay. Thank you. I don't need the details if she doesn't want to share them. I understand. We can do that. Thank you for asking. Appreciate that, Bug Dugger. Oh man. So this guy is across, obviously, between Jason Momoa and who's the guy in Taken. I have a particular set of skills. Liam Neeson. I forget his name. Kevin M. gifted a membership. Thank you very much. Went to Curiosity. Appreciate that. Hey. Hang on. Okay. Let's see how this continues.
Mr. Pace, in your opinion, does Katrina Pace, is she a honest person?
It's allowed.
I don't have an opinion.
I don't have an opinion?
What about reputation? Does she have a reputation for being an honest person?
I'm not qualified on people's reputations.
Did you have any concerns about Katrina testifying on Monday?
I did.
Did you address anyone with those concerns?
I did.
Who did you address? Sir, I'm sorry to ask. I know this is hard. Who can speak up for us? Who did you address?
The DA.
And how did she react to your concerns?
Good.
Did you address your concerns with anyone else?
The office. So, just the DA's office.
The DA's office. Anyone other than the DA's office, or anyone else?
Not that I recall.
Who did he say he addressed his concerns to originally, other than the DA's office? The DA and the DA's office?
One moment here. Sorry. I'm sorry for the circumstances why you're here.
Now we're to cross.
Did you receive a subpoena to testify in this trial?
I did.
By who?
The state.
Did you ever receive a subpoena from the defense attorney?
I did not.
Were you ever notified by the defense that they were going to call you as a witness today?
Of course not.
Did they tell you Monday?
They
Did they tell you Tuesday? Did they tell you Wednesday, Thursday, Friday? Did they tell you this morning? You didn't know you were being called as a witness until you were sitting right there and he said your name. Is that right?
Yes.
How long have you and Katrina been divorced?
Wow.
20 years.
Is it fair to say that y'all don't have a great relationship? Is it fair to say that this whole experience has been hard on your already tough relationship?
He was not planning on testifying at all.
Would you say that you're the one that initially saw Jasmine's photo ID, her driver's license, and her credit cards in Mr. Chen's apartment?
I believe so.
Were they in the desk drawer?
They were.
And you took them out and put them on the desk, is that correct?
I did.
And you were knocking on doors because you couldn't find your daughter, could you?
Correct.
And all you were trying to do was find your daughter.
Correct.
You were desperate. You were desperate.
Yeah.
You thought she might be in Jason Chen's apartment, didn't you?
I don't know that part.
Would you have done anything to get in that apartment?
I would.
Because you had reason to believe, based on what the neighbors told you, that she could have been in danger.
Yeah.
I've never seen that before in the trial.
You have a military background, is that correct, sir?
I do.
Is that one reason you're proficient in firearms?
It is.
Did you clean anything up in Mr. Chen's apartment?
No.
Did you plant any evidence in Mr. Chen's apartment?
Other than moving her credit cards and her driver's license. I don't know if that's planted.
You didn't take anything in there and leave it?
I did not.
Did you have any idea at the time what had happened to your daughter?
No.
Did you have any idea that she had been stabbed to death at that time?
Definitely not.
She hadn't been located, had she?
No.
But did you know that he might be involved?
Yes. With certainty. Because he lied about speaking with her, about the duration, about the timing.
And you were aware that he had lied?
Fully aware.
How?
I had him on the phone. And then even when we were sitting at Waffle House, we called an additional phone number and they said it's probably not going to be successful because they speak Asian. I knew just enough to hold a conversation to start it right there at Waffle House. And then, if that's your girlfriend, you're participating with the parents to look for her. What can I do? I'm equally concerned that she's missing. How can we find her together? And the fact that that wasn't happening was the biggest immediate flag. He's my #1 suspect.
Well, did he tell you that he did it, but it's because she came after him with wine glasses?
No, he lied.
When did he say he had seen her last?
He lied about that.
Do you recall when he had said he had seen her last?
I don't remember exactly what he said. I just know that it wasn't what the phone record showed. It was different than what we had proof of.
He wasn't concerned about her, was he?
No.
At all, was he? Were you monitoring Facebook during this time period?
We were.
Do you recall a time that week when a photo was posted from your daughter's Facebook account?
It was literally like the match that lit this whole thing on fire, because it was not a modest photograph posted on Facebook, and anybody that knew Jasmine knew she would not have posted that. And it was a different timeline of her photo, so it wasn't even recent either. There was just so many problems with it that it drew immediate red flags to everybody in the family. And friends, and people that knew her.
What day was that posted?
I believe that was the same Saturday, the 22nd.
And how'd you know it wasn't?
26th.
The 26th, Saturday the 26th.
Saturday the 26th.
And how do you know it wasn't a recent photo of her?
She has tattoos, and we can know basically what month and year it is on which tattoos she has.
Did she have tattoos in the photo she allegedly posted from her Facebook the week of Thanksgiving?
They were missing, which means that it most definitely was an earlier photograph.
Do you think if you saw that Facebook post you would recognize it?
I would.
Wow. This prosecution had no intent of crossing Travis because they didn't know he was going to be called as a witness. It was not declared. They did not disclose this at any time.
May we approach, Your Honor?
This is a dirty tactic. And now Caddy's making him pay. She is really good at taking a bad situation and getting as much mileage as she can. The defense tried to use this in a dirty way to impeach Katrina, the mother of the victim, by using her ex. And she's livid. Miss Womp is livid. And I love it. I love what she's able to do. She's going to get all the mileage she can out of this, and being allowed and taking the dad from being completely shocked that he's on the stand. Okay, he's not even dressed in what he would wear. If I personally believe that if he was called as a witness, I think he would have dressed him. He dressed to be warm in the courtroom for his daughter's murderer's trial. He's dragged up there on the witness stand, and has to answer these questions. He answers truthfully. It's incredibly painful, incredibly awkward, with no warning. He's never been prepped by the state. He's never had opportunity to go over his testimony or anything. It's completely blindsided. And then now, Mrs. Womp is going. I'm not sure it's Miss. She's married, right? Mrs. Womp, Caddy Womp, the DA, is going to take this opportunity, which surprised them, and she hates that this happened, and turn it and get as much mileage as possible and allow him to speak freely, because you bet he's got some feelings. You bet he's got some things to say here. And the jury, now that they've heard what the situation was to get him up on the stand, he's completely blind. They've watched him, okay, crying, trying to maintain composure throughout this trial, and seen him dragged up on the stand by the defense like that. They are not. Sorry,
I have to show you this photo, but do you recognize it? You can look at the second page as well, please.
Yes, I remember this.
Is that an accurate reflection of the Facebook post that came from Jasmine Face's Facebook as you saw it that week?
It is.
Your Honor, I'd ask that this be the state's next exhibit.
I've got 223.
Yes.
They're going to approach again. He says, go sit down. Go sit down.
24, there was an exhibit for Ayden only, that's 223.
May I have DVD, Your Honor?
Yes.
Defense is now, I would say, lost ground, significant ground, with both of the witnesses they've called so far.
I'm not even going to try to fool with making it larger. I don't know. This PowerPoint system's not always my best friend. Is this the photo that I just showed you?
Yes, it is.
Is that your daughter? Is that your daughter?
It was.
Does she have tattoos on her arm, on her shoulder in that photo, Mr. Pace?
No.
Does that say enjoying Thanksgiving with my baby?
It does.
And you now know that when that was posted from Facebook, she was dead. Is that right? And you now know that at this point in time, he had her phone, didn't he?
You do.
Nothing further, Judge.
You ready?
Are they going to redirect? I want to hear what the jury has, if they have any questions here. Jury probably has some questions about why there's a difference of how the door was opened, the credit card, who went in, how, when, why. Sometimes those really hard questions being asked by the prosecutor, it's painful and it's hard and it hurts to see them asked and answered. But it conveys a message to the jury that they will not forget.
The jury have any questions for Mr. Pace?
Looks like we do have questions.
No one else?
Counsel Burke?
Wow. This is going to be telling. If the jury asks questions on this point, okay, this is a witness that I think the state has effectively flipped. As far as overall benefit, I realize the defense has raised a valid issue with this witness of the truthfulness of Katrina. As dirty as that was, it was effective that way. But I think the overall, they're not winning the jury over here. The details of who remembers how the door was opened, they got in. The evidence is they got in, they touched stuff, they laid it out. I don't think that changes anything on the overall scheme of things. They won a little point, but I think they're losing the war. If the jury asks questions of a certain nature, let's see, another question just came in, a follow-up. If jury asks specific questions in an area where they want more information that could be beneficial, the state might want to follow up and recap and make sure they get as much mileage as possible if there's any doubt. Look at all the evidence. Yeah, a pile of evidence. And I think they're going to reference that on purpose. They're going to reference that. The clerk we have today is okay with evidence being left on the table. The one we had yesterday is not. She had it all pushed off onto the floor. In the words of Dave Matthews, you should never have to bury your own babies. Yeah. Dr. Bullbutter, member for 14 months. Hi, Chat and RA. I miss you so much. I'm grateful to be back with you. Wonderful. Glad we could have you back on a Saturday. Rare Saturday live court. I'm still floored. The defense provided no notice at all to the court, to the prosecution, to anyone. And this is interesting. The defense did not subpoena him. I was saying, you know, you don't get a choice. You get subpoenaed, you testify for whoever you testify for. As long as you're there in court, you can be called as a witness. If he never got a subpoena from the state or from the defense, he could still be called as a witness if he's there in court that day. The subpoena is to get you into court. Yeah. If there's noise in the background, it's because my kids are going to start working on the bathroom remodel without me. I'll try to mute it.
Mr. Pace, as you know, the jury has some questions, so I'm going to ask them. Take your time answering if you need to. All right, but just face the jury when you answer the questions, okay? How did you know Jason Chen was Jasmine's boyfriend?
I didn't necessarily know that it was her boyfriend. I knew that they had been speaking. His name had been spoken about, and that they knowingly went on a trip to Chicago together, and that his name was relevant. So we knew they were at least somehow close enough to take a trip to Chicago. More than that, I wasn't aware how much more they were dating or not dating. At least enough to go to Chicago.
You might have answered in that last answer of this one, but I'll ask it anyway. Had Jasmine ever mentioned Jason Chen to you?
No, she never mentioned Jason Chen to me directly. But she did mention him directly to other people that she trusted and loved and was concerned about, sharing things that were important to her.
You said you lifted the handle to get into the apartment. Was the door open? How did the door get open?
I did lift the handle. I believe I just broke the mechanism, lifting so hard.
Whoa.
And after I entered, I unlocked the back of it after I entered so that I could turn the handle and get in freely again and again.
Just brute force ripped the door open.
Did anyone in your party search the dumpster area on the night of 11/26/27? Do you recall if anyone saw particles of clothing or a sanitary pad?
Great question here.
Yes, we did. We did on that night, and for the next.
And I'm sorry to interrupt. Say you did search the dumpster area, or you did see the articles of clothing and sanitary pad, or both?
Both.
Okay.
We did search him. We did see both.
Okay.
Did you move them?
Was Katrina Pace ever inside the apartment at the same time you were?
Yes, I believe she was.
Were you present when any items were taken from the apartment? If so, what do you recall being collected? Did you take anything from apartment 210? I'll ask it one time. Were you present when any items were taken from the apartment?
No, I was not present for that.
Okay. Did you take anything from apartment 210?
No, I did not. Possibly, and I really don't recall. Possibly we would have on the very next entrance, right after the police had left, and we kind of all concluded that their help was going to be less than expedient, and we may have actually grabbed all of her IDs and stuff at that exact moment, but it's a blur if we grabbed them at that next moment, or it's a blur. I don't specifically remember that we grabbed him at that exact moment, but it's reasonable that that's probably when it happened.
Just kind of following up with that, I just want to make sure you understood that when the juror's question was, did you take anything? You mentioned we took things from apartment 210. Did you physically take anything yourself from apartment 210?
No, I did not take anything from the apartment.
Do you recall smelling marijuana when you entered the apartment?
I don't recall smelling marijuana, but I do expressly remember the bong that was on the computer stand and a baggie beside it, which maybe it's a crime, maybe it's not a crime, but we pointed that out, or we expressed that they should be looking and knowing that it was in there, that maybe it was somehow related, or maybe we would have known fingerprints or something like that. So it was pointed out. But the smell itself, there was no smell.
If you do remember, what items do you remember observing on the bed at the time you arrived for the first time?
I think all that I remember on the bed was the pillow, blankets. It was messy. It wasn't made up. So there's a lot of wrinkles and folds. Possibly there was clothing on top of the cover, the bed itself. I don't think anything else was on there at that time.
Can you redirect based on what the jury asked?
Very fresh.
Yes.
While they approach, I've just been reading, well, this is a bill. I'm not sure if this was passed. This was, it was Senate Bill 1336 in Tennessee. That's requires notice for witnesses. Most of it's written so that the prosecution has to notify the defense about witnesses, but it also shows that the defense has to notify the prosecution or the court about witnesses. If that's the case, it's possible prosecution knew about it.
We're going to take a break at this point. It's 10 minutes to 12. Try to have you back at 5 minutes after 12.
Taking a 10-minute break, and I'm not sure, well, it's just a mid-morning break. They're supposed to...
15 minutes.
Oh, 15 minutes.
I see, sir. Mr. Chen.
All right, so not sure if Mr. Chen's going to be kicked out of the room or not. While we wait for this, let me just review this. The fact that a witness's name is furnished or is otherwise provided under this section is not grounds for comment on a failure to call a witness. The witness list for the defense is sealed. Really? The district attorney has to provide the defendant a complete file of all law enforcement agencies, investigative agencies, and district attorney general offices involved in the prosecution. Now this bill is written from the defense side, but there is a notice of request for witnesses' names and file disclosures. It's written really one-sided in that one. Crazy. As we wait, we've got a 15-minute break here. This morning has been crazy. First of all, the state rested first thing this morning. The defense filed a couple motions, which were both shot down. The first was the judgment of acquittal. The JOA gone. That was shut down pretty quickly. Sorry, they're hammering in the next room over. They also had a motion to revisit the decision to exclude Dr. Lewis, and that was also struck down, even without the state weighing in on that one at all today. First witness the defense calls is Courtney Brewer. Courtney Brewer lives in the apartment directly below Jason Chen, and she heard something on that night at 2:11. She remembers she looked at her phone. It's like indelibly impressed in her mind that she remembers the time it happened. That timestamp's very important. That she heard somebody scream. Her testimony was that seriously, they haven't been hammering all morning. Now's when they're hammering. I love that they're doing the work, but the timing is terrible. Her testimony was that she heard running, a scream and running or chasing from the bedroom to the front door. And you can tell the defense wasn't expecting that. They expected her to say from the front door to the bedroom because that fits their story better. But also the fact that there was a chase would indicate that she might not have been restrained at that time. So it's a little win, a little loss, I think, for defense. But we heard that after she testified about that and the fact that she didn't call 911, she thought everything calmed down. Her husband went right back to bed. Then she kept a pretty good log. I'm not sure if she's super good with times. It was just a little bit later, was 5 minutes. So she was awake for about 25 minutes or so after that, till about 2:30, 2:40, somewhere around there. But after she takes a stand and is released, we have the defense with a surprise witness calling Jasmine's dad, who did not know. Now, the way I read the rules in Tennessee, it sounds like the prosecution knew he was going to be called and chose not to tell him anything. And if so, this is next level chess. They get to play the surprise card because it's not their duty to tell him. Really, the other side should tell him that he's being called, but they didn't. So that was a smart move, I think, on their part. But his testimony, big problem. He remembers things differently, specifically how they got in the apartment, who opened the apartment, and how it was opened. He says, I just lifted the handle and got in. After cross-examination, the jury asks the question, tell me a little more about how you got in. He's like, well, I just lifted the handle until it broke the mechanism, and then I got in, and then I unlocked the door so it would let me in. So he literally just strong-armed the door and got it open. Now, we know from the mom's testimony that she says she was behind Jason. She couldn't see exactly, but she thought that a credit card was being used. And she saw Jason up there at the door. It was locked before, and he's up there, and the door opens. It makes sense how they could remember this differently, how the mom says it was a credit card, and then afterwards that the door was just open. The stories are now starting to mesh a little bit better now that we have a little more information as well. But, oh, wow. Who is Wayne? I don't know who Wayne is. Was Wayne the guy upstairs? Weren't there pics of the door and the cop testified to no forcing? There was no sign of forcing, but turning a handle mechanism, the way it's designed to be turned, does not leave scratch marks on the door or pry bar marks or chisel marks or hammer marks or anything like that. There would be no sign if that's how you did it. And if the door was cheap and it wasn't well fitted, you literally could maneuver the door in the door frame with enough play on the hinges that you could twist the door to the point where it would open and then just have to be able to be unlocked. It sounds like it was a cheap door. It was, the build on the apartments was not high quality, which is funny because the defense lawyer elicited from the first witness this morning who the builder was on the apartments, and it's the same last name as the defense lawyer, Weiss Developments. All right, it's the builder's special. Yep. The dad's name was Travis. I think the dad's name was Travis Blake Pace is what I got. I got Travis Blake, not Travis Wayne. Are you correcting me on that? You may know better than me, Hunt Lover. Let me know. I heard Blake. You can't see me. The state is playing dirty, not the defense. In which way? In not telling Travis that the defense has called him? Yes, I'm correcting you. Okay, thank you, Hunt Lover. I appreciate that. I heard Travis Wayne. Well, I'll correct my notes. If I can find the right keyboard. Okay, thank you. I've got that correction. The disposal has me asking questions. What would you try to hide in the disposal? Possibly cleaning up blood. It's not most kitchen disposals will not be able to get rid of clothing. As a matter of fact, a rag or something thrown down the kitchen disposal will pretty much seize it up. But if there was a lot of blood washed out in that sink, turning on the disposal to make sure that anything that was in that area was sort of splashed out and rinsed might be smart. I wonder if they ever sprayed like Blue Star down there. Paper towels would, especially Bounty paper towels, I think they would gunk up the pipes. I think they would clog the pipes. I think the disposal and TV were to cover up other sounds. Son's name was Travis Wayne. He died in an accident in 2016. This family has had a lot of tragedy. It is very sad. All right. Well, they're going to come through this wall here in just a minute. Their son did die previously in an accident. Disposal will pull water down the drain faster. Yes, it does circulate it and makes a siphon. The TV and the disposal at the same time does sound like he's trying to make noise to cover things up. The defense will turn over the list of potential witnesses, but may not even know who they're going to call until the last minute. A lot depends on the testimony during the state's case. It's possible that the defense turned over a list of witnesses saying, we reserve the right to call all of the state's witnesses and these people. And that way the state's really not ever on alert that they really plan on calling the dad, even though it's a possibility. Things are falling off my bookshelf as they're hammering on the other side. We haven't heard anything from a forensic standpoint about the disposal. Peyton, they took a break with the dad on the stand. I'm not sure if we're going to come back and have the state recross or not. It wasn't clear if he was released at this point. So the jury's just asked questions, and they asked some great ones, and then it went back to the state. I wonder if the state wants just a minute saying, hey, this was a surprise witness for us. Give us a minute to see if there's anything we want to cover before they release him. Susie, the pictures on the wall, from the best I can tell, most of them seem to be out of magazines. We'll be seeing little R.A. through the wall any minute now. They're actually working on the wall on the other side. We've got one 12-foot stud adjacent to a 4x4 beam that has to come out. We're going to replace. So they're working on that. I think they're just hitting stuff with a hammer. What about his defense addressing the blacking out? Yeah, we haven't heard anything about that. Is Jason going to take the stand? Because that's the only person that can testify to that. Mel, the two kids that are working, this is not child labor. They're both college students, and it's the weekend, and they're done with their homework. So we do put them to work. Thank you for the party sound. 1,000 likes. Thank you very much. We will give them time. They're slated to take just as much time on defense as the prosecution took. So 5 days. They might have a lot of testimony, but Mike, I've got to ask. I know you're you've probably, let me just say, you're probably one of the people who's giving the most grace and space to the defense in chat. I love that. I appreciate that. Honestly, do you see everything in the first two witnesses' defense called as a win for them, or do you see that as, I mean, how do you see that from your vantage point? Let's see. Yay, party. That ringing sound is a hammer on a crowbar. Is it the same Travis Pace? Let me look. Mod chat. I've got a link from Mod chat as well. Let's see. All right, that does look like him. Wealth strategist helping entrepreneurs scale past $1 million, the proven financial systems with mastermind coaching. Maybe we'll need to give him a call. I think most of us need some help scaling past $1 million. I'm still trying to get to 100,000 subscribers. Let's see. They're right next to me, coming through the wall. Did they take her cards before police came or after? After. They laid them out for the police and then took them after. And Jason didn't. That was just Katrina who did. Employees have safety glasses. We give them hearing protection as well. Here, let's see. It comes into show safety glasses.
Will this cut through nails?
Yes, that's bimetal. Just make sure the front end doesn't catch the wall on the laundry room. So you can cut down between the beam and the 2x4. But just make sure it doesn't hit that other side.
Actually, I'm doing it 2x4 and the 4x4 that's horizontal. I'm cutting the nails in between that.
Okay. We don't want that whole horizontal 4x4 out.
Yeah, I know. Okay. That's why I'm cutting it.
Awesome. All right. My son, who's got some construction experience, is leading everything. So Sawzall is about to be used. Travis, not Jason. I'm sorry. I mixed up Travis and Jason. What was I saying? Travis laid the cards out. Katrina took them after the police left. I'm calling him Jason Momoa. There's the Sawzall. You guys get to experience this with me. The dad's name is Travis. Tyrone, yes, it's a rare day, but we do have court on Saturday. We also have court on Monday, which is Martin Luther King Day. So hope you didn't have plans. We'll be back. Yes, power tools. I just got this one. This is in Milwaukee. I told you I went down to the local hardware store and needed to cut a pipe that was giving me problems. And they're like, oh, you need this blade. And they handed me the blade. And I'm like, then at that moment, I remembered I didn't actually have the tool to use that blade because mine was broken. And they're like, just borrow ours. And they gave me theirs. Just bring it back when you're done. I went back to that store and bought that tool. So very appreciative of them. Are your teeth chattering? The whole desk is shaking right now. Broken Baker's dad calling the dad Timu Jason the Momo. That is funny. That is really funny. Yeah, now it's really shaking. I didn't get the Step Brothers reference. I missed it. JPC, you've requested again. Did you answer the questions or did you just request to join? Because if you just request to join, it gets denied unless you answer the questions. Let me take a quick look. I think Samantha's got you already. I'm not seeing it. Looks like we're about to begin again. We've had the 15-minute break. Mr. Chen's going to be brought back in. Oh, awesome. Getting messages from people saying, I saw you on Lawyer You Know.
Record discussion will be Exhibit 225 for ID only, filed under seal.
Filed under seal? What? He's still in the stand. Dad is still in the stand.
Mr. Pace, one of the things in our conversation in chambers, it happened to talk about whether or not you'd be asked any more questions from either side. Neither side has any more questions for you, so you may step down. Bring the jury when they're ready. By the way, court notice there's a
another approach here. We seem to do this every time we bring the jury out. The defense might call the mom to have her account for that, but this would be for impeachment at this point.
Please sit. Watch parties, please.
Defense calls Johnny Lawrence.
What was the last name, sir? Lawrence.
Johnny Lawrence.
Johnny Lawrence is what I heard. This might be another resident in the apartment, maybe. Oh, he's wearing a suit.
I do.
morning. Can you please state your full name?
It's Johnny, Johnnny, Lawrence, Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence, where do you live?
I live in Nashville, Tennessee.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a crime scene expert, specializing in crime scene reconstruction, bloodstain pattern analysis, shooting reconstruction.
Can you please explain your training and experience to get those qualifications?
I joined the Nashville Metropolitan Police Department in 1981. Class was full, so I had to go to a temporary holding area until the class started in November 16th of 1981. Then I started my training, graduated March of 82, and the next day I hit the streets in Nashville. My first zone was Lower Broadway. I worked in the patrol section, moving from Broadway to the Jefferson Street area, into the Preston Taylor area around 40th and Charlotte, and then what we call the Nations, out around the state penitentiary. I then transferred to the South Precinct, worked briefly in the Hermitage area. In 1989, I was transferred to the Homicide Division. And in our Homicide Division, back then, I was on a midnight shift, and we worked all personal crimes. We were the only detectives working during that time period. I stayed in the homicide unit until 1998, when I was transferred to the crime scene unit, and I became a crime scene investigator, leading into crime scene specialist. And retired from the police department once my retirement pension was available in 2012, September 2012. I didn't really do much after that, after 31 and a half years, but because some attorneys had contacted me, I then started investigating cases again in 2013. Started my own company called Nashville Investigative Services. And that was 2013, and was in that position until 2017, when Rick Berry from Berry Waltz Investigations out of Franklin, Tennessee, approached me and asked if I would come to work for him. So in 2017 I did, but now the company name is called BWI Forensics. And the reason of that is because we've branched out. We have a digital forensics unit, we have traffic accident reconstructions, we have fact investigators and mitigation investigators on our staff.
And how long have you been in private practice?
I started my own company in 2013, switched over to BW Barry Waltz in 2017, and I'm currently still employed.
When you were a police officer, did you have the occasion to work homicide cases?
Meaning, in fact, my first homicide was a couple of weeks after I first hit the street on Lower Broad. I don't know if you remember, we had a Greyhound bus station, and we also had Trailways. And there was a homicide at the Trailways bus station across the street, and that was my first homicide. And now I was a rookie. My job then was to put up the yellow tape, secure the area, and see if I could locate witnesses.
Can you explain a little bit about your progression as you were promoted through Metro Nashville?
In patrol, you don't really get much extra training except for what they call in-service. Every year you have to go through a week's remedial training to get certified for the Post Commission. That gives you the authority to be law enforcement. So until 1989, when I went into homicide, I really didn't have outside training except for patrolling. But once I went into homicide, I got access to going to seminars, listening to experts on homicide investigations and procedures. One of those was the Williams Association in Albany, New York. We had in-house training because it was always cheaper. Excessive training is very expensive. You have to take care of room and board. So we would bring people in and host training.
He's admitted he got the cheap training.
Surrounding cities. During that time, I received numerous classes: bombing, explosion, work, witness interrogation. Subject interrogation, witness interviews. Try to separate the two. Procedures. We didn't get in depth with crime scenes then. I'm talking late 80s, early 90s, because we had a very good crime scene unit, very experienced. Back then, you worked as long as you could physically work, and most of our crime scene unit was experienced officers with 20 plus years. So when we would get a homicide, we would discuss what we got, what little information we usually have, let the crime scene unit go do their thing, we would go do our thing. So the witness interview, and that's where that really played a part in. And then we would discuss our progress as we go. But you do the interviews, went to autopsies, learn the procedures on how the medical examiner takes care of his business, learn how to ask questions about it, what to look for. So you learn the basics of investigation techniques. And that lasted till about the mid-90s when I started getting a lot of experience in this, and they wanted me to start teaching. So I started teaching the in-service classes I had mentioned where you had to go every year or two. Then in 98, I switched over to the crime scene unit because I was getting more interested in the processing of the crime scenes. And during that time, I received the best training I ever had. I was learning physically from these experienced officers. We had our own small lab. It wasn't a full crime lab, but it was a lab where we would process evidence with alternate light sources, chemicals, what they call super glue. I'm sure you've seen that on TV. But I started actually learning how to do crime scenes and what to look for and proceed. During that time, I took bloodstain pattern analysis classes. 2002, I took a class from a Mr. Jerry Finley, who was retired from the Georgia Bureau of Investigations. He was classified as an expert in the field. I also took a class from Mr. Tom Bevel out of Norman, Oklahoma, who is considered one of the leading experts in crime scene reconstruction and bloodstain patterns. I have gone to conferences. I have spoke extensively in the past to bloodstain experts, Stuart James, T. Paulette Sutton, several others at our conference. I am a member of the IABPA, IABPA.org. It's an organization for bloodstain experts and people in the field. They host an annual conference. I try to go to as many of those as I can. And then on my own, I do practice at my house, trying to come up with different techniques or making determinations on stains.
I practice blood stains at my house?
Regarding blood stains, so that the jury can understand, what are blood stains?
Blood stains is the result of blood coming into contact with something else. It's a stain that has developed because of some type of action. The layman's term of the the definition is
his walls must tell
the
all sorts of
reconstruction
stories
of blood stains within a scene, not necessarily a crime scene, any kind of scene, but to try to determine what is the action or cause to develop that stain.
What is bloodstain pattern analysis?
That is bloodstain pattern analysis, but bloodstain pattern analysis can be broadened quite a bit to the point to where you're physically working the stains.
What does that mean?
Working the stains is you're trying to determine directionality. You're obtaining the size of the stain, whether it's a drop. That's what you normally have, the impact stains. You try to get the measurements, the width and the length of the stain. There's a trigonometry formula you used, and that will give you the angle of projection of that stain. Therefore, you can follow that angle to try to determine the location where the source was. Now, the source is whatever has that particular stain on it. It could come from a victim, it could come from an object, it could come from a suspect, it could come from anything. It could come from somebody going through blood and tracking it and it coming off. An impact stain is something, it's actually a blood drop that has left an object with force. So it's traveling. Once it hits, it's going to slide. And when it hits, it's going to leave like a little tail on the end of it. A lot of people say it looks like an exclamation point, the line with the dot. The dot will indicate where the directionality of the blood is going. So that gives you an indication of the area, but it doesn't give you the height, location, so you try to work the stains. Now, what I normally do on cases now, because I don't usually get access to a scene until it's long past it, I do a lot of what they call bloodstain interpretation, which I'm telling people what the stain is telling me. Now, I'm not able to go deeper than that because I don't have access to doing the trajectory with the measurements. So bloodstain interpretation is giving you an understanding of what you're seeing.
You had also talked about crime scene reconstruction. What is crime scene reconstruction?
Crime scene reconstruction, it's the same thing as crime scene investigation, but I'm after the fact. It's crime scene investigation, and the definition for it is an attempt to reconstruct the scene to be able to determine what happened and where it happened. What I try to explain to people is the main things in crime scene investigation is the old cliche term who, what, where, when, how, and especially why. Those are the answers you're trying to figure out, not just overall, but everything you do. If you see a piece of evidence, you ask those questions. Why is it here? How did it get here? When did it get here? So if you go that way, you're investigating each piece of item within a crime scene. It's meticulous. You have to take forever doing it. But crime scene reconstruction, you're trying to put this back together to where you can see what happened and to get a better understanding. Crime scene investigation and reconstruction is like working a jigsaw puzzle. I'm sure everybody's done one. You get a box with a picture on top of it. You've got 500 pieces inside. Take the picture off. You have no picture. You're trying to put this puzzle together without an idea of what you're seeing. There's issues sometimes. It's a 500-piece puzzle and you got 506 pieces. You have to ask why. Put it together. Maybe you got 490. Again, why is there 10 short? So you're trying to figure out why something is going on within your investigation. But that's how I proceed with it.
After your time in Metro Nashville Police Department, have you received other training as long as you've been in your own firm or BWI?
I've gone to several IBPA conferences. I'm a member of TALPI, which is the Tennessee Association of Licensed Private Investigators. Because in my field, to be able to get access to tools I need, you have to be pretty much registered with the state of Tennessee. So I'm a licensed private investigator. And I go to those conferences every 2 years, but I teach a lot in those conferences also. I've also been to, I don't know if I mentioned, several of the IABPA conferences. I go to the Tennessee Association of Criminal Defense Attorneys Conference, TACTA. I try to go to that every year. I'm not always able to because of my scheduling, and I have taught numerous times in that conference.
Do you have you ever testified before?
Yes, many times.
How many times would you say you testified?
Total testifying dates back to around 1990. I have no idea to give you that number, but as an expert in the field that I mentioned, I've testified on numerous cases throughout my career, not necessarily as an expert, but as a witness, or to clarify things in a case.
As a witness?
But as an expert, I was asked to look at some cases, a case out of Williamson County, which is around Franklin, Tennessee, Spring Hill, Tennessee. And I testified as an expert there right about the time I was retired. I think it was 2013. Testified in Memphis, Tennessee on a double homicide case.
Were you qualified as an expert in there?
Yes. Hickman County, which is near to Dixon, testified. Well, I was going to testify as an expert the day I showed up. The case was settled, so I actually didn't testify, but I was recognized as an expert prepared. Knoxville, Tennessee, we had a case, but it's actually Rowan County, just outside of Knoxville. That was actually last year. Many times in Davidson County. Some cases you probably remember, but the majority of cases are not as broadly in the news. Testified in Montgomery County, Clarksville, Tennessee. I testified as a crime scene investigator in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania on a case, only because the victim was brought to Nashville. So that's how I got involved now.
The defense hired.
That's how I got in on that.
Correct.
Do you only testify as an expert for the defense?
No.
Who do you testify for?
Whoever hires us, we work for prosecution, the defense, and we also work for private citizens, because a lot of times private citizens are not content with the result on the death of a relative, so they want a second opinion. But I do cases for prosecution and I do cases for defense.
Your Honor, at this time, I would tender Johnny Lawrence as an expert in bloodstain pattern analysis and bloodstain pattern interpretation and crime scene reconstruction.
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, objection. There it is. There is an objection. I was going to make one if they didn't. He has gone to conference after conference
So
after
how many
conference.
times, a number, have you testified as an expert witness at a trial?
That is listed on my CV. I'm thinking, and I'm guessing because I don't have it in front of me, 12 to 15 times.
Would it surprise you to learn that we've not received your CV, sir?
No, sir.
That wouldn't surprise you at all?
Well, I'm not sure of the procedure.
Did you provide it to the defense?
Just the other day, yes.
Just the other day? So you've only been on this case for how long?
Since December 7th of 1922.
December the 7th of 19...
That's when I was notified of the case.
1922?
Yes.
Okay. This is crazy.
In what fields have you testified as an expert?
Crime scene investigation, crime scene reconstruction, bloodstain pattern analysis, bloodstain pattern interpretation, shooting reconstruction.
You provided expert testimony in those fields?
Yes.
How many times?
It's on, I say it's 12 to 15 in that area.
12 to 15 times in that one particular area?
That's what I could remember to be able to honestly document it in my CV. There could be others, I don't remember.
Have you prepared and generated a report of your findings of your examination?
No, there was no report generated.
No report generated?
No.
Who told you not to generate a report?
Nobody.
May we approach?
This is a wish expert. This is a Timu expert. I'm sorry, I'm calling it right here. This guy has some law enforcement background. Let's see, crime scene reconstruction expert from Nashville is what he bills himself as, from BWI Forensics, or Barry Watts, I think is what that stands for. I'm not sure what the I investigations. When you ask him about his experience, he says, I went to classes, I went to conferences, I've talked to experts, I've spoken at conferences, I went to more conferences, I try to go to conferences every year, sometimes I miss, I practice at home. That's what I hear. I have not heard what I need to hear to make this an expert.
So you don't generate a report in cases like this?
I do not generate a report every case I work, no.
In every case you work? But let's just be clear, sir, you worked in a crime scene unit in 1998.
Started in crime scene, yes.
Sure. They generate reports, correct?
It's in the policy, yes.
And when you're hired by families that are looking for answers, you generate reports?
Yes, sir.
In this case, did you generate a report?
Not as far as an expert report, no, sir.
Because you know that would have to be turned over to the state of Tennessee, right?
Goes to whoever hired me, and
that's it?
Where they go, where it goes then is a, no.
So were you instructed to not generate a report in this case?
No one told me not to generate a report.
And of course, in your law enforcement experience, you know how discovery works, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that when an expert generates a report, it has to be provided to the other side to provide a fair opportunity to challenge their findings.
Yes. It's a mistake in the law. May we approach?
Yes.
Talking about a misstatement of the law of the discovery process. Sorry, that's really loud. There we go. This is good. I like to see the prosecution drilling. This guy might get certified. He might get approved as a blood spatter analysis expert. Let me say, things that worry me about this. His experience is in talking to people about it. There was one line that he worked in a crime scene unit, started in 1998, became interested in it, started going to classes. We did the classes at home. We brought people in because classes are expensive. We just host them here. They'd talk to us. We went to a lot of classes that way. I went to conferences. I've talked to experts. I'm interested in this, so I practice at home. This does not make an expert. Okay, most of us would qualify as an expert based on what we're interested in if we practice at home under this rule. If he's allowed in. So did I said 1982, not 1998. Did I say 1922? There goes the wall. Nothing peer-reviewed. No report. No CV provided by the defense. He says he gave it to defense. Defense has not turned it over. That's an issue on discovery side. There should be, especially if he's been on the defense's payroll since December 7th of 2022. Did the wall work finish? Still going on. It'll be a while. We're tearing down the wall. I think today is the last day of tear out, and then we build. Oh, the state said 1922, not you. Oh, that's funny. Maybe it was a jab, a purposeful. He did sleep in a Holiday Inn last night. He's good then. You should have started with that, Mr. Fix-It. I withdraw my objection. Wow. Today has been amazing. This is the drama in the courtroom. He said he was on this case. He said 1922? It means 2022 is what he meant. Which is basically shortly after the arrest. He was informed of the case. I'd like to know more about that. That means that could mean you guys all right? Yep. They're like still alive. Something fell down through the floor. I'm loving this a little bit. Yeah, the Babs, the semantics here might be crucial. I could see someone testifying I was notified about the case in 2022, and the details of how that happened I was watching the news and saw it. That's how I became notified of the case. I'd like to know, did defense reach out to him on December 7th of 2022 saying, hey, would you be willing to do a blood spatter analysis or blood splatter analysis in this case? Or if it was just like, hey, here's an upcoming case. Let's see if we can work our way into that one. No CV. This part gets me, the no CV. If you want an expert, at least bring a CV. It looks like we're coming back here right now. Let's see what happens here. Please let this continue. I want to see this line of questioning go all the way through.
Did you examine items of evidence in this case?
I actually went to the scene.
You went to the scene?
Yes.
And what
and examined them. Not physically, but through the photographs and everything in discovery.
So when you say you went to the scene, you did not go to 110 Tremont Street, apartment 210?
Yes, I did.
Okay. To look at physical evidence?
Actually, to look at the scene.
Okay. So you went to the apartment building?
110 Tremont.
And how did you get in, sir?
Keypad.
Who let you in?
I was with Attorney Weiss and my co-worker, Ms. Stephanie Alexander.
And on what day did that occur?
That was December the 9th, 2022.
2022?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you reach any conclusions based upon your view of the scene on December the 9th, 2022?
I was looking at things that I could tell the police had done, pointed a few things out. Once we was there, maybe 5 or 10 minutes, Attorney Weiss left, so it was just me and my co-worker, Stephanie Alexander.
Do you recall what the question was, sir?
Yes, sir. I'm trying to get to it. but I was taking photographs and examining things as I went. When I went in, the initial room was dark because of a alternate light that was in there. Floodlight, looked like it was blue tint. So I was taking photographs.
To the question. It is a response to the question. Let the witness answer it.
So, I think the question was, did he visit the crime scene? The witness is answering what he did at the crime scene. So technically, there is some distinction there. If you want to continue with information about what he did at the crime scene, you may continue. If you want to move to a different line of questioning, you may do so.
Did you reach any conclusions based upon your visit to the crime scene?
No, sir.
You didn't reach a single conclusion?
There was no way to reach an absolute conclusion just from my visit.
And then after you reviewed other evidence, photographs, videos, so on and so forth.
I actually went to the scene again.
Okay. Did you reach a conclusion based upon your second visit to the scene?
Not a conclusion, but a observation.
Did you record those observations, the results of your observations?
Photographs.
Photographs?
Yes, sir.
And you agree, sir, they're exclusively within your control?
Yes, sir.
And the defense?
Yes, sir.
Did you draw any conclusions based upon the results of your observations?
Not an absolute conclusion.
Didn't ask that. Did you reach any conclusions?
No, sir.
None at all?
No, sir.
Did you reach any conclusions at all in this case?
Not absolute, no, sir. There was no
He's
way
out.
to.
So you're not able to say to any reasonable degree of certainty any fact of consequence in this case?
Not a total conclusion, but observations, technique, and procedure.
Good day,
Yes,
sir.
Sure.
There was, from what I just mentioned, there was no way from crime scene work that I could come to an absolute conclusion.
And did you memorialize that fact in any format?
No, sir.
Did you convey that?
I'm sorry?
Did you convey that in any format?
I discussed my observations and what I could, what I think should have progressed during the investigation to where you can come to a conclusion.
Okay. So you yourself have no conclusion at all that would materially assist this jury in reaching the ultimate decision in this case?
When you say conclusion, I'm interpreting it as a final decision of what I think happened. I do not think, from my observations, I could not make a determination beyond a reasonable doubt of what happened. But I did observe, interpret, look at things, and make I started forming an opinion, but I could not complete that opinion.
Why are you here?
Did you record or memorialize those opinions?
It was not an opinion, sir. I could not form a final opinion. I was coming up with what we call theories. You start thinking of how things could happen, but you have nothing to base it on.
These are guesses.
State would object.
The state would object. Sustained.
Sir, I think I understand what you're saying, in that you did not come to a conclusion that you could reach an opinion. Did you write down the fact that you could not come to an opinion? Or did you email it or communicate it in some way? Is the question.
Not as a whole, no, sir. There's more information that happened, but as I received discovery in the case, it started clearing up to me. But for me to put an opinion in a report as this is what happened, I could not do that beyond a reasonable doubt. But I had information, I learned information from my 4 visits to 110 Tremont that this needs to be looked at. Something happened here. And hopefully the discovery was going to relay that, but it never did.
Okay. All right. Any redirect?
Yeah.
On this issue?
On this issue, because we're not going to allow any testimony. This is just a certification.
Would you,
as an expert,
give an opinion that wasn't supported by your findings?
So,
Would you make an opinion that wasn't supported by your findings?
What findings?
Would you give an opinion that wasn't supported by your investigation?
no, sir.
In your time as a police officer or when you've been in your private practice, have you had an opportunity to look at crime scenes before?
Many.
Okay. And take me through the process of what you do when you begin your investigation.
There's a lot of changes in it. The majority of the time when I get involved is long after the incident.
There's no system.
It has to be after a preliminary hearing or a direct presentment indictment. That is when the defense starts getting case information, reports, photographs, things related to the case. Normally, sometimes it happens, but normally they don't get any of that until after those hearings. Then I would receive that, and I can begin my investigation. This particular case was a little different because I did have the opportunity to visit the scene. That happens occasionally, not often in my field. So I took advantage of that and went to the scene, actually 4 times, trying to determine what happened in the scene. The scene was my main concern. What happened in that apartment? So each time, 2 inside the scene visits, 2 outside the scene visits. So the 2 times I went inside, the first time I was able to obtain photographs, which things you couldn't really see. The way I do it is take the photographs and enhance it once I get back to the office. And I found things in the photographs I wanted to see again. So I made another visit and found what I was looking for. So that's not an opinion, that's an observation. Could I tell you beyond a reason about what that told me? No, but I can give you an idea of what possibly caused it.
I take pictures of things you can't see. That's what I heard.
Is it your responsibility or is it part of your job to critique or go through what the crime scene investigators working for law enforcement did?
It's part of my job because it plays a big part of what took place, and it helps me to come to a final opinion or a conclusion. In this case, I got the discovery at different times. You get one thing 1 month, the next month you might get something else. So you proceed hoping the questions that you're forming are going to be answered with the continuous discovery. You don't know if you've got all the discovery until right at the end. Hopefully you do.
In fact, when was the last time you received that? Okay.
Let's say objection. Let's approach judge. All right. I think what needs to happen before we get further into this, we need to make a ruling on whether or not he's going to be allowed to testify. And I think we've probably heard enough because we're getting into some other stuff. We're approaching information about the case specifically. We need his background, his expertise as to why he should be allowed to testify as an expert witness in blood spatter analysis, which he's not helping him. He's not doing himself any favors. My understanding is that Mr. Chen is currently declared indigent, but he started out with a private attorney. This private attorney. That would explain a private attorney getting an investigator in that quick is the only way I can see that happening. A public defender would not have an expert witness on the scene.
Mr. Lawrence, when was the last time
days
you
after.
received discovery from my office in this case?
It was this year, exact date, I don't remember.
A couple weeks ago?
Yes, sounds about right. I didn't want to lock in on a certain date.
It was this year, a couple weeks ago.
Did we receive discovery in December too?
Yes.
I want to talk more about there's a nomenclature being used here. Findings, opinions, conclusions. Let's go through each one. What does findings mean to you?
Findings is basically what it says. You found something that could be involved, couldn't be involved, and you try to determine if it was. It's something that could lead you the right way or could deter you.
Did you have findings in this?
Many.
We talked about observations. What does observation mean?
Observations can be different types. When you walk into this room, there's many things in here. You're observing some of them, but not everything. The second time you come in, you might observe something else. Each time you walk in, you might see something else. Same way with photographs. You might not see it in the photograph until you do something to it. So now, you've got another observation of what you're looking at.
Let's talk about conclusions. What are conclusions mean?
To me, conclusions means I can show you this absolutely happened, beyond a reasonable doubt. It does not mean that something, well, to me, it's something that you could form an opinion on, make a conclusion on, and be able to sit and testify honestly that this is what happened and this is what my opinion shows.
What about conclusions about not the ultimate issue? Did you make conclusions about, per se, how the crime scene investigator applied to plea law? Did you make a conclusion of, how well they did that?
Yes, about that and things that wasn't there.
We've talked about their.
Judge pulls out the rule book.
There was I think it's called the alleged blood in the bathroom on the wall. What is that called?
They're called impact stains, but some people can classify them as cast off, which is an impact.
Getting a little into what he would testify to, perhaps, more on his qualification. I understand you got to talk a little bit about what he did in this case, but witnesses' testimony is getting far afield.
For those topics, did you develop an opinion?
Not an absolute.
I'm not asking about an absolute.
But yes, I did start forming theories. It's what things to look at.
So theories, so define theory for us.
To me, a theory is, it's best for an example. If you find something laying on the sidewalk, you're wondering how it got there. You're going to start deciding, how did it get there? Why is it there? That kind of thing. Is there any other way it could have happened? It's a theory. It's kind of what people call tunnel vision. You focus on a specific thing and you miss out on other things, but there are other things there which are different theories.
Every time he's asked for a definition,
Like on a fence post?
He says,
I don't understand the cliche on that, but
to me,
let's talk about, did you form, opinions? You have opinions on this case?
Yes.
Do you have an opinion regarding the ultimate issue on this case?
yes.
But
I do have to.
How does that go to qualification, Mr. Lance?
What's that?
That's step 2. We're doing step 1. It's like, is he qualified to give an opinion? So if you could restrict your questions, please, to just his qualifications to come to that opinion.
Can you answer with their discretion? Do you have the necessary qualifications to give an opinion on crime scene reconstruction?
Yes, sir.
Do you have the qualifications to do bloodstain pattern analysis and bloodstain interpretation?
I can. I'm listed as an expert in that field.
Have you been qualified as an expert in that field?
Yes, sir.
Have you been qualified as an expert in that field in courts in Tennessee?
Yes.
Have you ever been excluded as an expert in the state of Tennessee?
It's not in my CV, but I think there might have been one, but it was a touch and go situation on that.
Mr. Wise, I apologize. There might have been some more to your question earlier than I was picking up on. If you want to ask him questions about getting into the substance of his opinion,
I might have been
whether or not it
excluded.
would be the certainty or his definitions between findings, observations, and conclusions, that would be helpful in making determinations. If you want to go down that road, you certainly can. My apologies.
Just to make sure, you weren't there November 22nd, early morning of November 23rd, 2022.
No, sir.
And because you weren't there, what is a crime scene investigator's job what is your job when you go in there?
My current job?
Your current job.
I normally don't get access to the scene, so it's usually all after the fact from the discovery. Whatever work has been done that's been provided to me.
And is that how someone in your profession goes about doing their job, doing their investigation?
Yes, sir. As the definition was, you try to recreate the actions of what took place and try to put it in an order.
In some cases, can you come to an ultimate conclusion?
Oh, yes, many times.
And sometimes you can't come to an ultimate conclusion?
No, sir.
What would be the reasons, the times that you can't come to an ultimate conclusion?
The biggest problem is not enough information, which discovered. Not enough was included during the work.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. This is an opinion. He has not been qualified to review such.
In other cases, you said you developed opinions.
Yes, sir.
Did you develop opinions in this case too?
Yes, sir.
One moment here.
Okay. I sort of want to hear what he has to say, but at the same time, he doesn't have the training. He doesn't have the degree. He has a little bit of law enforcement experience and a lot of conference. He went to CrimeCon and heard someone speak on it. That's what we're hearing. I'm not disparaging CrimeCon. They get great speakers, but that does not make you an expert. Okay? Even if you go to enough talks that you yourself be the speaker, that does not make you an expert. He's got no published opinions that we've heard of. He's got no peer review, anything. He's got nothing beyond like
You have testified
regular
in
training.
other cases,
By a police
and
officer.
you testified on behalf of the defense in some of those cases.
Both the defense and prosecution.
And so you've been hired by a DA's office before,
Yes,
and you gave an opinion.
yes.
Excellent.
Did you make a report?
Mr. Lawrence, this won't go on forever, I promise. Okay.
Fine, sir.
I think I'm just trying to cut to what I need to know. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor. Yeah.
Mr. Lawrence, I think I'm clear on your use of the terms findings and observations and conclusions.
Yes.
Findings are basically things that you see, observations, kind of the same things that you see. Conclusions deal with your opinion.
Yes.
Correct? So you've been offered to be an expert in two different fields, I see. Bloodstain analysis as well as crime scene reconstruction.
Yes.
You see those as two separate distinct fields as well?
They are distinctly different, but in many cases, they almost have to be used together.
Well, they're overlapping for sure.
Correct.
So you said you made many findings.
Yes.
And you have many observations.
Yes.
And you have many theories, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Opinions, but not
Well, I'm saying theories. Trying to use your word. Theories.
Theories. Coming up with different.
Yes. And I think you said earlier, trying to figure out what else could have happened.
Correct.
Right. So on the bloodstain pattern that you looked at, I'm talking about, without getting into the specifics of your opinion, you're talking about developing those many theories about what else could have happened. Are any one of those theories more likely than other theories that you come up with? Or would you describe them all as generally these are all within the realm of possibility?
With what's in discovery, the theories I came up with was from multiple things.
Multiple possibilities?
Yes. Not the possibility, but as far as photographs, one photograph might tell me one thing, the next one might tell me something that's unrelated but related.
And those are findings
But, yeah.
and observations.
Correct.
We're talking about your theories now, which is getting a little...
Same thing.
Theories and opinions are derived from those lower, more factual things you're seeing.
Correct.
So I want to make sure, I think I understand what you're saying. Just want to make sure you understand what I'm saying.
Yes, the theories unrelated to the time of observation, it led to a theory that I had come to.
So you have a theory, or is it multiple theories?
And that led me towards an opinion, yes.
You have an opinion?
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe we get in closer. We're getting closer.
Can we approach?
Yes.
The good news for you, Mr. Lawrence, is that you are getting paid for this time. The bad news is I don't think you're going to be paid for much more time. The judge is trying to twist, or I would say not twist, but bend the testimony that we're hearing from this witness to fit the rules to allow an expert witness in. Clearly, he's been recognized as a witness previously. It sounds like there were also times when he was presented as a witness and he was not allowed in. At least one time, he says it was a gray area, sort of touch and go. I'm not sure how that goes, but his own words are going to come back to bite him here if the DA is paying any attention. We've got him saying that to do proper blood spatter analysis, you have to be there at the crime scene and see it. But he wasn't. He wasn't able to see it before it was cleaned up. So, he just has to go off pictures. But he wants to be presented as an expert in that area, even though he, of his own volition, admits that you really can't do it properly without seeing it.
Okay, so we're talking about the opinion that you arrived at in this case.
Yes.
Okay. Is that opinion of something that happened or something that could have happened?
I'm saying something that I believe happened.
That you believe happened?
Yes, sir.
So maybe I didn't understand what you're saying earlier, but the phrase that I wrote down earlier is that you could, quote, give an idea of what possibly caused it.
That's part of my theory and findings, but it's coming up to an opinion. I believe this happened, but there's not enough there to come to a final, beyond a reasonable doubt conclusion.
Okay, we're not asking for beyond a reasonable doubt. That's not the standard for what we're talking about.
Yes.
The jury has to find the elements of the crime to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, but for what we're talking about, so you can put that out of your mind. As far as your conclusion does not have to be proved beyond a reasonable doubt. Okay. I just need to understand if it's your opinion to a reasonable degree of certainty as a crime scene investigator or as a blood pattern analysis investigator, whether that opinion is to a reasonable degree of certainty in those fields.
Yes, sir. I did come to a reasonable degree that I felt like this occurred.
Okay. So that brings us to the next point. Lunch is here, so the jury's going to be sent out to lunch. We'll continue with this next phase with a particular witness. We'll bring you back when we're finished. We typically take an hour and 15 minutes. I'm going to try to stick to that. If this part of the testimony takes longer than expected, you guys may be out a little longer while I give the attorney some time to get some lunch, okay? So you step into the jury room, we'll speak to you lunch.
I think you should excuse the witness. This process happening in front of the jury just puts a big question mark on his testimony.
Mr. Lawrence, please be seated. What we're talking about before, we're trying to make a determination whether you even had an opinion that met the threshold that meets the standard of being able to substantially assist the trier fact. We're still talking about that, but at least we know you formulated an opinion which you say is beyond, or excuse me, is to a reasonable degree of certainty in those two fields we talked about. Okay. So at this point, I think that both sides, Mr. Weissman, there you go. You disappeared from my pickle kitchen. Sorry. So at this point, I think we can get into, still not.
This is a proffer.
Still not beyond his qualifications yet. I think at this point we're getting to the mixed examination of his qualifications and what his actual opinion is. The jury's out. So Mr. Weiss, if you want to talk a little bit about his opinion as well, based on his qualifications.
This is the proffer. If this is allowed in, they will go over this again with the jury present.
Does the court want to get to it or lay a foundation?
You can start wherever you want to. The jury's out. So if you want to talk about what your opinion is and then how we got there, you certainly can.
Mr. Lawrence, did you form an opinion of whether or not Chen killed Jasmine Pace with premeditation?
No, sir.
Did you form an opinion where Jasmine Pace within the apartment died?
The photographs in the discovery I located, that I received, there is nothing at all that can prove or show where she died. I can show where a big part of this incident took place.
And where's that?
In the bedroom.
Why is that?
Because of findings and observations I noticed from my pictures and the crime scene pictures taken by Chattanooga Police Department.
Detective Crawford said that Jasmine Pace died in the bathroom. Can you refute that opinion?
Again, I cannot say, and I don't believe anybody can say where she actually died at.
Why not?
Because there's so much blood throughout the scene. So what you look for is indications of actions, reactions, actions, of where things occurred. I could see that in the bedroom. But what was being shown to me in the crime scene pictures is reactions from Blue Star of stains, which is giving me different opinions of how those stains were developed. But it stopped there, and that's a problem.
Have you ever trained crime scene investigators before?
Many times.
And do you have any opinions regarding the efficacy, the job that the crime scene investigators did in this case?
It's hard to say on this because the crime scene units, and it's multiple departments are like this. The crime scene unit is a separate unit of the homicide division. They need to stay separate. You don't need everybody in a huddle and people telling others what to do. The detectives are there to figure out what happened, investigate what happened, interview witnesses. They bring the crime scene unit in to do their job, investigate the crime scene. You try to keep information out so you can keep bias down. Let the investigators do their job and proceed. I saw a lot of issues with this where the investigators appeared to be being told what to do and when to do it. Therefore, that's why I see a deficiency in the Blue Star. There should have been a lot more done once that blood or reaction, possible blood, was created. Therefore, we could have probably been able to show exactly what happened, where it happened, and how it happened.
Do you have an opinion on the type of testing that the crime scene unit did?
Blue Star is one thing you use. It's an up-to-date version of the old term luminol. Blue Star is actually luminol with 2 types of sodium added to it. It gives a better fluorescent, it lasts longer, and you can see it much better, and it's more stable. Once you hit what you think is blood, or given an indication of blood, that doesn't mean it is. It's a presumptive test. You lightly spray it, then you turn the lights on and you go to those areas, and you try to enhance that to be able to come up with patterns, directionality patterns, like, and I'm throwing examples, shoe impressions, foot impressions, hand prints, anything to give you an indication what was going on there. To do that, you have to enhance those things. You use the hemosticks now. It used to be phenolphthalein.
What is hemosticks?
Hemosticks is kind of like a diabetic uses a glucose machine. You prick your finger, you put a little strip on it. That's it, like a hemostic. So you do the Blue Star, you do the hemostic to kind of give a little more verification it's possibly blood. You have to take a photograph of that hemostic of where you swabbed it, because it's documentation. Where did that stain come from? And this is what's shown. What was the reaction, negative or positive? But then you have to use a chemical. The one I use is glucose crystal violet. It's a stain. What that does is you spray that stain like you did the luminol, and it will develop your pattern, which is there. It's not going to dissipate until you clean it.
Thank you for sharing that with me. I think we're getting into more of the depth of the opinion, which is fine to touch on that for this point. Mr. Weiss, again, I'm going to go through what I think he said so far. If there's anything else that I haven't noticed,
I have
more on different types of opinions.
Yes, sir. Okay. Did you develop any opinions regarding whether or not the scene had been contaminated?
Yes, I did.
What were your opinions on? At this point, I want to hear the opinions on whether the scene was contaminated.
You can get into a little bit. Again, we get into the granular level of it.
Briefly, tell me your opinions on how the scene was contaminated.
There were multiple items either brought in or taken out.
How do you know that?
Because of photographs and documentation from the discovery.
What about in regards to the Blue Star? Do you have an opinion that the Blue Star showed any type of contamination?
Again, the Blue Star pictures The only thing you're getting out of it is elimination. It tells you nothing about the blood.
Had you observed the, one moment, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Would the court want to hear that? What all did...
I hear all his opinions that he would offer as an expert. I've got 4 so far.
Do you have any opinions regarding how this case was investigated?
Beyond the lack of Blue Star.
Beyond the lack of Blue Star.
And beyond the fact the scene was contaminated.
Yes, I can. Yes, sir.
Please explain.
Yes, I can.
What I mentioned about the bedroom, there were several things that I was able to locate during enhancement of the photographs or observation of the discovery from the state, and I located things that could substantiate my opinion.
I'll let Mr. Weiss direct, but we're getting to what your opinion is.
Okay.
What is that?
With the enhancement of pictures, I found additional evidence in the bedroom near the large saturation stains and the markings on the wall. That was not in the discovery and was not tested.
And what opinion
it sounds
is
like
that?
a broken record. I need to know what an opinion is about those factual things that you
My opinion on that was at least part of the altercation took place right there. It happened right there.
In the bedroom.
In the bedroom.
About the investigation. You have to say the investigation was shoddy and
got
missed
that
the
already.
evidence.
Big part of the incident took place in the bedroom. Here's what I have, Mr. Weiss. You can flesh these out in more detail if you want to. Sure. As far as opinions that this witness, as an expert, might testify to, I've got his opinion is that nothing can show where she died. However, a big part of the incident took place in the bedroom. As far as the investigation, more Blue Star should have been applied, and also the scene was contaminated because multiple items were brought in and left out. So those are the opinions that I have as far as this expert witness perhaps providing to the jury. If there's something I've missed, something you want to explain more, that's where we're...
Go ahead.
One correction on that, sir. The Blue Star, not that more Blue Star needed to be added, but different types of techniques after the Blue Star.
You need to Photoshop the pictures.
Provider comes in.
So there's other tests?
There's other tests, yes.
Do you have an opinion on the evidence that was submitted to the TBI and the way the TBI processes information? Or processes evidence?
The opinion on that is some failure. That's basically what failure. What should have been.
They failed?
There's things that I felt like was absolutely needed to be tested in the process that would show what
Some more items should have been submitted.
Many more.
We're getting close to an opinion on that one. Okay, thank you. Continue, Mr. West.
Mr. Lawrence, are there any other opinions that you have in regarding this case? And do you understand that opinion is based on the findings and that you've made?
He has to explain to his expert what an opinion
I
is.
think one of the biggest ones, it goes back to the Blue Star. The photographs that were taken, a particular one I was most interested in was taken from the bedroom, down through the hallway, through the bathroom, and into the living room. This shows a broad area of illumination through Blue Star. If this is blood, my opinion is most of this, if not all of it, was what I call trapped blood or traveling through it. It's continuous movement back and forth through there. And that's why I felt like if I could have had more absolute pictures of the scene, I could have explained exactly what happened. But that This apartment has one door and a window in the bedroom. That is the main path of this room. There was so much, my opinion is there was so much traveling through this area that whatever stains were absolutely there in a pattern-wise was totally destroyed.
Do you have an opinion of whether Jasmine Pace was dragged through the apartment?
I did not see anything to indicate that. That's my opinion. I do not believe that there was dragging.
So there's been talk about use of cleaning supplies in this case.
Yes.
Do you have an opinion on how luminol might affect, or how these cleaning supplies might affect the Blue Star test?
I know because I've taught it before that Blue Star has many false positives. Unless you know absolutely what it is, I would suggest testing it. But I cannot say what did or did not affect it. I do know tap water affects it because some tap water has a larger increase in iron. So you would have to have a control on that. But in my opinion, the Blue Star lit up possible blood. But what I saw as a failure on that was there was excessive Blue Star. And that's obvious on the crime scene pictures. On the bathroom door.
Now they need more.
You've got tiles, you've got hardwood, you've got carpet. The carpet will absorb it. But there was an excessive amount of Blue Star because you can see the Blue Star on the bathroom door when you enhance it, that it's just running down off the door. You don't need excessive. You have to have a thin layer, so you're just trying to locate blood. Once you locate it, it has to be processed.
I think that's all the opinions that I would seek to elicit.
Well, while you're there, let me just go down my list to make sure that we all agree. This witness has an opinion that a big part of the incident took place in the bedroom.
Okay.
He has an opinion that the Blue Star aspect should have been investigated further,
but not more
than it was.
But
he has an opinion that the scene was contaminated, with multiple items being brought in and taken out, as well as a lot of the blood that showed up on the luminol, which I guess is part of opinion two. It was tracked blood. And the last one I have is that more items should have been submitted to the TBI. Anything else beyond what I just said that we have an opinion about, not findings or observation, but
just confuses the jury. It's not coming in.
Not that I can think. That's because I'm solely keying on the scene itself. So okay. I think I'm pretty much.
Okay. All right. Anything that you want to develop further, Mr. Lawrence?
State.
All right. You may step down for right now, sir.
Your Honor, we'd ask that we be able to continue.
Well, Counsel Perch.
The DA says, hey, we want to weigh in on here. We want our last word. You said you would take this the last mile and carry it the rest of the way, but we want to know. Hang on. The town has to tell me about the garbage plans for this. Hang on one second. I need to know the garbage routes for this week.
To continue in English, press 1 or just stay on the line. Closed Monday, January 20 in observance of Martin Luther King Jr.'s Day.
City's
the
closed.
sanitation schedule will be revised as follows.
This is important.
Monday, January 20, no collection.
Okay.
Tuesday, January 21st, Monday's route. Wednesday's
my
January
day.
22nd, Tuesday's route. Thursday, January 23rd, Wednesday's route.
Okay.
Please put your cans out the night before pickup. To repeat the message, press 1.
There you go. Trash pickup's a day late this week. This testimony, I need more screaming goats, first of all. Right now the state is saying we want our argument. We'd like to make an argument with you about this witness. We'd like our turn. It's not enough that you're asking questions for us. I think the state has the right to do that. This is their objection, and for them to be cut off prematurely on that is not right for the judge. This witness, the biggest issues we have First of all, his training experience is mostly just training. Even if he's taught, he worked for a little bit of time in a field that was closely associated with this, and then he's gone to a lot of conferences. This is not an expert make. He doesn't have a degree in this area. He hasn't had peer-reviewed articles doing this. Even every time you ask him about being certified in this area, he's like 15 times in all these other areas. And he's been excluded. That's a huge red flag, is he's been excluded before. Then when he tries to get a straight answer, whether it's defense, prosecution, or the judge out of the witness about his opinions and findings, the witness does not understand, nor does he understand the vernacular of an expert. Okay, so he doesn't understand what an opinion is versus what a finding is, a conclusion. He's struggling to remember what he's going to testify about. He didn't write a report. He didn't even bring his CV. The defense apparently has a copy. They didn't turn it over to the prosecution, is my guess. So the judge is struggling. Defense and the judge have had to explain to the witness what an opinion is. This is not an expert. This is not an expert. All right, I'm going to end the poll here really quickly. Well, I can't. Let's see. Let's do this. Let me jump back. We're about to go to lunch. I'm not sure if this decision's going to be made at lunch or not. I wish we got to hear what was happening right now. Either way, the jury will be informed. We're going to end the poll. 88% of us say no, should not be.
Mr. Lawrence, you may step down for now, but don't discuss your testimony. Stay in the courtroom.
Do we have more argument on the record?
All right, as counsel knows, the reason experts are allowed to testify is if their opinions can substantially assist the trier of fact.
Which
what I've heard so far gives me concerns about that. We can argue it. Mr. Weiss, it seems that there's no issue, or no question really, that this crime scene was contaminated. And so when your expert says it's expert opinion that the scene was contaminated, multiple items brought in and left out, I don't see how that substantially assists the trier of fact. Let's do it one at a time.
It was confirmed by state's witnesses that it was contaminated, but the defense has a right to put on our own proof to show that it was contaminated as well. Excluding an expert that has information substantially that could help explain the contamination from his perspective as a crime scene reconstruction expert is essential to this case. It's pivotal.
Excluding it is
Tell me how, because if that's the case, then you've already won. You've already got that in. The case,
I don't know what the jury is thinking. So I don't know if this confirms something they believe, or maybe they don't believe in contamination. The juror might not believe that the scene was contaminated.
I don't think you need an expert to say things were taken in and left out brought into the apartment and taken out of the apartment. The scene was contaminated by blood getting tracked around.
Well, that's not the only thing that was brought in and brought out. Just like I did in the suppression hearing, I'm going to show what the stills were from Officer Crediton's body cam, and then compare it to the pictures that the crime scene unit took when they
the knife.
And we're going to show the differences of how things have moved, cabinets have been opened, knife has been placed on the bed, notebook, and he can testify to that and say, I've observed the body cam video, and I looked at the crime scene investigator photos, and these are the differences that I see. That hasn't come in at all in this case thus far.
I don't think you need an expert for that. You can have an expert. If the expert's going to testify that these things were brought in, tracked out, moved around, and this is what it means, that's helpful to the fact of consequence. Yes, right now we're still at square one, where this expert just simply testified, or would testify, that the scene was contaminated. Not what it means, not how it helps or hurts, either case, just that it was contaminated.
So, I'm glad we kept Mr. Lawrence here. So I guess then the opinion for that issue would be that someone came in and moved objects, and I can tell that based on these observations. I don't understand how.
That's the terminal pump that's been exposed. Yeah, someone did move an item. The knife is here in this video, wasn't here in that one. So you don't need an expert to say that.
But I can use the expert to say that. That's
Negative. Not unless it would substantially assist the trier fact.
Are you looking at Rule 803?
702.
702.
I think the Mustafa, State versus Mustafa opinion from 2022 would be enlightening for everybody, Judge. Particularly subpart 4, expert witness testimony.
Okay. The judge is showing his hand. This guy may not be testifying at all, possibly in some area, limited area.
What's the second?
There is a court of opinion, 2022 Westlaw 2256266.
2256266. This, if you guys have missed part of this day, this is one you need to rewatch.
Section 4, Your Honor, expert witness testimony.
All of it has been just amazing.
Are you getting that, Mr. Weiss?
No, Your Honor. I don't have access to it.
Yeah, if you don't mind, give the defense counsel a copy. Or let them see it.
I project it if the court would like.
Can you email it to them?
Yes.
Well, it wouldn't help the judge.
That's true.
Oh, if you could email it to Ms. Morrison.
Mr. Weiss doesn't have access to Westlaw? Are you serious? That's like an English teacher not having a library card. Lexus is cheaper. Larly Annie, happy to be here. I'm excited to hear what the defense has to bring forth. I really hope, as much as I don't think it's going to happen, I want to hear what the conclusions were. I was hoping for more from this expert.
5-minute recess so I can go read this case.
Yes, sir. Well, let's do this. If it's just to read the case, let's all read it together, okay?
Who wants the first paragraph? Everyone just read it out loud for the class. Use your best voice, project to the back of the room.
Charlotte?
We still don't have it, so we're not.
I'm sorry, Judge. I'm trying to work off of Outlook Internet, and I just hit the send button right before they said they didn't have it. So they should have it momentarily.
Ooh la la, Pat, congratulations. 14 months on the jury.
Ms. Pledger, if you could.
Ms. Morrison is unable to respond.
Ms. Pledger, I just printed a copy of this case. You mind grabbing it from the printer? Make 2 copies if you don't mind.
Larly Annie gifted a membership as well. Thank you very much. Andrea F., welcome to the gallery. Your cat looks a lot like mine. Even laying down on the side all the time. That's what he does. I don't pay for everything. I don't pay for Westlaw. I've thought about getting access to some things. I pay for other things. I pay for access to court records and things like that. But as far as the argument in a court case, for me, I'm not the one making the argument. I'm not the one saying, no, you're wrong because of this. That's for the opposing counsel to do. So I pay for the documents that I need for what I do, but I'm surprised that he doesn't have access to that. Joanne C. gifted a membership. Thank you. Went to Jane Hartford. Congratulations, Jane. Oh man, today has been amazing, and I love it. I love to see defense putting up a strong defense, doing everything they can for their client. Because even if you think it's the most despicable person who is clearly guilty as sin, they deserve, if they want to defend themselves, they deserve that opportunity. And I love that they're doing that. So props to Mr. Weiss and Miss Morrison for doing that. Maybe just a 1 month subscription might be good. Yeah, I pay for StreamYard. I pay $98 a month for StreamYard. I pay $7 a month for Lumia Stream that puts these things on the screen. I pay $60 a month for my website. And a couple other things, some email accounts and things like that. There's expenses associated with a business that I pay for. I pay $800 a month for internet. That might seem excessive in some people's minds. I need it for what I do. We want Chen. He might have to take the stand if defense is. This is the second witness the defense would be losing on. If he's ruled to not be allowed to be there. But can you write all that off? I do write it off. Yeah. It doesn't make writing it off doesn't make the money appear. It means I still pay for it. I just don't have to pay as much taxes on the money that I spent on my business expenses. Yes. It works out. I have fiber internet. I have backup Starlink because my internet does go down, and just a couple months ago, a month or two ago, we had internet went down right on verdict day, and that's the most important day to cover a trial, I think. And so I have Starlink for that. That's another. So fiber 160 or fiber's 130, I think. Starlink is 165. Pay 400 something for my live view. I have my cellular telephone with unlimited internet as well. That's pretty good. But yeah, it all adds up about 800.
The defense needs 2 copies. I think the state has a copy. You need a copy, Jim? I'm going to interrupt your reading just a moment, and you can present in just a moment. One of the key aspects that we're talking about and is listed in this case talks about how in this Mustafa fact pattern, the court concluded that the distance the victim may have traveled to reach the defendant for the shooting had little relevance to the theory of defense that the victim was the first aggressor and the defendant shot the victim.
What page are you on?
This is page 28. Paragraph that starts, as to the defendant's condition for the shooting, as to defendant's contention of the trial court's exclusion.
I have the highest they'll give me,
What it seems to be,
symmetrical
again,
2 gigabyte up and down.
Convince me otherwise. I'm asking you to if you can. I don't see how, if the issue in this case is premeditation versus heat of passion, I don't see how, whether or not the blue star, multiple items brought in and out of the crime scene is relevant to premeditation versus heat of passion.
Jury's out at lunch.
How, whether or not a big part of the incident took place in the bedroom versus Investigator Crawford's opinion that happened in the bathroom, I don't see how that substantially assists the prior fact anything relevant.
That's closer for me. I see that differently, Judge.
I don't see how the Blue Star investigation should have included 2 more components when the defense had already admitted that the defendant killed the victim but did so in the heat of passion. I don't see how the Blue Star aspect of this is relevant to premeditation versus heat of passion. Whether or not the TBI should have sent more items might be. That's still open. We haven't explored that as much. Those other three I don't see right now how it's relevant. So when you're finished with the case, feel free to finish developing your thoughts from it. That's what I need to hear from you.
Your Honor, it's 1:30.
Okay. It's 1:30.
Let's go to lunch.
We're going to take a 45-minute lunch break. That'll give you time to eat and review and discuss, and we'll be back at 2:15 for this case.
All right, I've already built a portal. We're going to wrap this one up because everyone deserves lunch, and I have to go in and supervise my kids, make sure they're building up to code on the construction process. Everyone's wondering about my internet. There are, like this very month, I did not pay $800 a month for internet because I've turned off LiveView, which is $400 something. I turned that off on months that I don't need the LiveView, but we're turning it on next month because we've got a case out of Florida that our friends Trial TV Live will be down there with the LiveView, and so that'll be back on. But $800 a month is what I normally pay when we have all our equipment up and running. So it's a lot. It is a tax write-off for me. It is by far my largest expense. I generally spend more on internet than I spend for equipment. So, all right. Symmetrical 1 gig for 68, 2 gig for less than 100. Yeah, I think I can probably get my 2 gig for a little bit cheaper. I'd have to switch providers, and the plan they would switch me to can change it without notice after the first 3 months. So, but your power bill is over the roof. In the summertime, we pay $900 for power, sewer, and water, and that's because we have an old house. So it's fun. Anyway, I didn't come here to talk about that. We're talking about this amazing trial and the witness the defense is trying to bring on. I'm floored. I'm floored that he was not prepared, especially considering the fact that he has been on the case or been alerted to the case since December 7th of 2022. He was not even prepared to answer the questions the judge asked as to what he would testify to. It's all from memory. He hasn't made any reports or notes that he's using. Obviously, didn't turn anything over to the as a written report. Defense experts rarely do, but to me, it seems like this guy is not coming in. If he does come in, it's going to be for very limited purposes. Babs Austin, thank you very much. I want the conclusion of the sweet girl's story to be justice. If found guilty, this man should pay his debt to society and bring a bit of relief to our family's pain. I think, well, because he's already admitted to killing, I think there will be justice. It's just a question of whether or not the jury determines there was premeditation involved, and that would just change how much justice is meted out. Hopefully 100% justice for whatever the crime was. You should see what I spent in Ethereum and gas fees in 2021 to 2022 day trading. That's why I can't day trade. The fees are they're crazy. All right, the portal is open. We're gonna come back. It says 2:15. I'll change that. We're gonna be back at 2 o'clock, which gives us only half an hour to eat lunch, which means all of y'all, you need to hurry. You need to hurry because we're going to be back here in just a minute. It's exciting to have a trial on Saturday. I love that we're all here. Thank you very much. Please stay for this afternoon. It can only get better. We're going to get a conclusion from the judge, as well as maybe some more argument as to whether or not this witness should be allowed in. We'll probably have some more witnesses from the defense as well. There's a possibility Mr. Chen himself could take the stand. Although that's slim, it's still out there. So we're on lunch break right now. We'll be back at 2 o'clock straight up, which gives us less than half. I've got to go get my food cooking. So we need to do that. Tonight, when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again at 2 o'clock for a 2:15 restart of the court as we look for a conclusion on this expert witness, the extended proffer, the objection to him being admitted as a witness. It's all taken a little bit of time to unfold, but we should get that here in the first few minutes, or maybe even the first hour of coming back from this break. So have a great one. The decision has not been made yet. It will come back right after lunch, so please stick around for that. It's a great day to go live when there's this much action in court. Appreciate it all. Guys, we'll see you after lunch. Bye.
Thank you, sir. You're my new best friend.